I know it's been a tough couple of years, and last year's symposium was really, really worthwhile and helpful, and had a lot of information for people who were starting businesses, wanting to get their businesses back on track. Well, this is the right place for that. If you want to learn about how to register businesses, how to make sure that your business is functioning in the right way, then this is the place for you. I'm sure that most of you who've registered already have seen that we've got a really good schedule. It is on the Townships Project's website, so please make sure you're there. And we will go straight into our speakers once we've gone through some of the house rules. Now, many of you sitting at home or at your PCs or even at work, behind your phones or even behind a laptop, will see the way the screen is set up at the moment. So what I want to do is just talk you through some of the very basic setups here. You won't have any opportunity to verbally interact with people, but we expect that you will keep your phones on mute, especially those who might be doing presentations. But those who are at home, just make sure you chat with us. That's what we want. We want to chat with you. So we've got a chat box. You'll see it on the far right-hand corner of the screen. I'm looking at the screen as well. There's chat. You can actually put something in the chat right now. I know that one of the questions that app supporters asked is, where are you viewing this from? So chat to us. We can see there's quite a few of you online already. So why don't you just chat there? If you've got questions to ask speakers, then you can also ask your questions in there. Now, we will have points throughout the day where speakers will be giving their presentations, and we'll ask you to try and leave some of your questions in there. So, for instance, if you have a question for one of our speakers, let's say it's myself, Cyrus Rogers, and you want to make a comment, why don't you just use my initial CR, and then you can put your question or your comment afterwards. So when we are collating those, when we have the question and answer sessions, we're able to then say, okay, so this question is coming from X, Y, and Z, and it's directed to Cyrus Rogers. That way we know exactly who is being asked the question, and then we'll be able to get the information that you want from there. We also have polls that will be coming up throughout the day. I will tell you a little bit more about the polls in a bit, where we have some questions that we'll ask you, and there are also competitions aligned to that, because what we want is interaction from you. So while you're spending your time tuning into all of the great presentations, sitting back and absorbing all of that knowledge that we know you're going to get, we want you to also interact with us throughout the day. And there will be prizes attached to how interactive you are, how often you interact with the speakers, and those prizes are fantastic. I'm going to go through some of the listings, and then I'll explain some of them to you. So we've got our category prizes that are just really, really great. We've got a Dragon's Den prize, which is valued at 50,000 Rand, a really, really great prize. That's for people who are looking to really give their business a bit of a cash injection and a bit of an injection wholesale. And then you've got another prize worth 15,000 Rand, which is the best response to COVID-19. There's another prize called Most Innovative Business Idea, which is 15,000 as well, and a Best Business Growth Prize valued at 15,000 Rand. Those are the bigger prizes. Those will be given at the end of the symposium, and we'll be getting in contact with the winners once we've gone through all of those specific activities throughout the day. We also have PR coaching for 3 months as a prize, sponsored by Shantui PR. We've got magazine ad design, full page advertorial, social media and business features by Mpeli magazine. That's valued at 5,200 Rand. The PR coaching for 3 months is valued at 6,000 Rand. And then you've got some spa pamper packages, a 60-minute aromatherapy, full body massage, hot towel service, 30-minute steam room session. There's a lot of spa pampering. In fact, I think I might want that prize myself. That's sponsored by Masora Day Spa in Rustenburg, valued at 850 Rand. Sella Beauty Bar in Johannesburg is also sponsoring a beauty treatment, and we've got some book giveaways as well. So these will be attached to the polls once we've done the poll questions themselves. There's so much to look forward to. And I think that you will have a really, really great time listening to a lot of the different presentations that we have. So what I would like to do is to start by going into our first presenters. And this really is one of my most fun moments, because we get to tell you a little bit about the people who are behind what's happening today. The Townships Project has been a project really close to the heart of Martha Deacon. She's based in Canada. This is a Canadian project that is also really has South Africa at its heart and Africa at its heart. It's about building the people of this continent up to be the very best that they can be. In 1998, Martha attended the World Council of Churches Assembly in Harare, Zimbabwe, and Nelson Mandela addressed the conference asking, "What will you do about the poverty in my country?" Martha really was touched by that, and her response was to form the Townships Project and registered it as a charity in Canada. During the past 24 years, since establishing the Townships Project, Martha has watched in awe as individuals, starting with little but a tiny loan and a little bit of community encouragement, have won independence through hard work and determination. Martha Deacon will be addressing you shortly, as well as Dr. George Sinosha. Please enjoy.
Sawubona, Molweni. Good morning from Canada, where it is not yet 4 o'clock in the morning. 24 years ago, Nelson Mandela asked a question at the World Council of Churches 8th Assembly in Harare, Zimbabwe. What will you do about the poverty in South Africa? I was among 3,000 people gathered in Harare from churches around the world to discuss what we could do as people of faith to make the world a better place to live. Nelson Mandela was then the first democratically elected president of South Africa. His courage and leadership had electrified the entire world. My response to his question, "What will you do about the poverty in my country?" was to form the Townships Project. The Townships Project, a Canadian registered charity, alleviates poverty by encouraging the formation and development of businesses in rural and townships areas. It is supported by hundreds of individuals, Canadians, and has been for the past 24 years because of Nelson Mandela's inspiration. The Townships Project started by making tiny loans to groups of 5 women so that they could start or expand their small businesses, from spaza shops to dressmaking to educare to catering to hairdressing, many more. Over the years, we learned that maybe only 1 in 10 borrowers had a special calling to start a business. Even if they could get a job, they would not choose to. They would choose to run a business. They had a special knack to create their own way to build something. They could create jobs and prosperity. These people are entrepreneurs. These people are the foundation builders of business in any society. So the Townships Project began to focus on finding those entrepreneurs and giving them the tools they needed to become successful, helping them to find financing, information on marketing, connections to other entrepreneurs for support. 5 years ago, that led the Townships Project to partner with Rotary in South Africa because we needed a partner that was focused on service. Rotary is a worldwide service organization operating in more than 200 countries that has tried to make the world a better place for 170 years. Rotary's motto is service above self. It brings together professional and business leaders in 35,000 different clubs to provide humanitarian assistance and to further peace. Rotary is non-religious, non-political, and now it's open to everyone. What does this have to do with building better businesses? Every successful entrepreneur understands that there are 2 major keys to success. As Dr. George Sinosha, a member of our board in South Africa, will tell us shortly, the first key to success is service. The second key to success is reliability. Building a business is not just about having a service or product and selling it. It is always about having a service, providing the best service that you can, to stand above and beyond your competitors. It's also about being reliable, doing what you said you would do when you said you would do it, not being late for meetings or for deadlines, going above and beyond in providing service on time. Inevitably, life has other plans, and providing reliable service is a challenge. We don't have the proper tools, someone lets us down, whatever the reason. It is a struggle. In these struggles, it helps to have a mentor, someone who provides a listening ear, asks an intelligent question, gets us thinking in new ways. Rotary, being made up of business and professional people, is a wonderful resource. Mentorship is not about money. This is not where you will find your financing. Mentorship is about a sympathetic ear, an encouraging word, an intelligent question. There are 69 Rotary clubs in District 7400, each one packed full of potential mentors. It is our hope that Rotarians all over this district, 7400, and throughout South Africa will step up to become mentors to entrepreneurs registered at our Building Better Businesses Symposium. The commitment is to meet at least once per month, in person or by Zoom, WhatsApp, or whatever, for a discussion of current challenges, successes, opportunities in the entrepreneur's business. Sometimes the opportunity to discuss a problem or a challenge with someone outside the immediate situation can make all the difference in the world. If each one mentors one, if each Rotarian would mentor one entrepreneur, thousands of successful businesses could be created and their stories told to inspire others. If you are a Rotarian and willing to become a mentor, please contact DGE Rihanna Pretorius at Rihanna, R-I-A-N-A, at efo.co.za, or DGN Dr. George Senosha at SOSH, S-O-S-G-H-G, S-O-S-H-G, at mweb.co.za. George has agreed to address us briefly this morning to kick off our symposium. Dr. George Senosha became a board member for the Townships Project in South Africa in 2021. George comes from a family of 9 siblings. His parents were farm laborers, and life was challenging. He attended hotel school and became the first Black African general manager of Bella Bella's Elephant Springs Hotel, as it is now known. George became a friend of Rotary during this time, as the hotel hosted the Rotary Club of Warm Baths. He was intrigued by the 4-way test of Rotary. Is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendships? Will it be beneficial to all concerned? However, in those days, Black people and women were not allowed to belong. In 1997, George left the hotel industry for retail business. A year later, he became the store manager at the local supermarket, Pick n Pay. And then he challenged Pick n Pay to accept him as a franchisee. He was turned down. In 2002, he tried again and became the first Black African to own a Pick n Pay franchise. The Black clientele increased dramatically. They even took taxis to come to his store. But George wanted to do more. He wanted to open a Pick n Pay in the townships. Again, he was too early. Management was not ready to bet on the townships, and the townships people thought that Pick n Pay was too expensive. George set out to break both barriers. On 15 September 2005, George opened the very first Pick n Pay franchise store in the township of Soshanguve, next to Mabopane train station, taxi rank, and bus stop for easy accessibility. George's store became the Pick n Pay flagship in the townships and opened the door for many Black South Africans and foreign African nationals to own their own stores. He has developed more than 120 individuals in the circles of Pick n Pay who are now Black Diamonds. George is a game changer. He turned his Soshanguve store into a training center to assist and equip others to venture into the Pick n Pay retail business in South Africa, in Botswana, in Zimbabwe, in Lesotho, in Mbabane, Eswatini, and in Mozambique. George also established relationships with various government departments like the Presidency, the National House of Traditional Leaders, and the Department of Trade and Industry. George believes that good deeds make for good business. This philosophy has paid dividends during the 2016 contested municipal elections when many stores in Tshwane experienced arson and looting. His Pick n Pay was protected by loyal customers. When interviewed later by BBC TV, he was asked, "Now that you are the first Black South African to own the Pick n Pay franchise and you're going to be rich, please share your excitement with us." His answer shocked. It's not all about making money and becoming rich. It's all about the people. When George dies, he wants to be remembered by how many lives he touched and by how many disadvantaged people he helped become able to fend for themselves. George joined the Rotary Club Waterkloof in 2014 and became its first Black South African president from 2019 to 2021. In 2021, he became the district chairman of Rotary Community Corps, which champions the formation of Rotary clubs in the townships and rural villages. Although Rotary has existed in Africa for more than 100 years, its impact in townships and rural villages has been negligible to date. George believes Rotary has the power to transform the communities in which it takes root. The objective of the Townships Project to eradicate poverty by empowering entrepreneurs aligns with the objectives of Rotary. George, you have lived an incredible life to date. Thank you for agreeing to share just one of your inspiring stories with us today.
Hola mzazi in the symposium, please pardon me for removing the mask for now. It will be very irresponsible of me to not reminding you that COVID-19 is still in our midst. Protect yourself and the people around you and save lives. Martha Kialebua, thank you very much for sharing this platform with you. One day I was in my store. It was the last day of the promotions. We ran out of stock and customers were not happy. There was just this one customer who didn't leave this unchallenged. He called for the manager, and as the manager was approaching him, he said, no, not you. Semwena, Jotsenosha. Within seconds, I was with the customer. I greeted him, and did he let me have it? He chewed my head off. I listened attentively until he finished, and when he finished, I asked him what he was looking for. He told me that he was looking for the grocery that I don't have and is not happy. I promised him that as soon as the truck arrives, I will personally deliver the grocery to his house. He did not believe me. I asked him for his cell phone number. He gave it, but he was hesitant. From there, he walked away from me without even saying bye. In 30 minutes' time, I was knocking at this door with this grocery. A wow moment created for the customer. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't hold his tears back. He paid for the grocery. I went back to the store. Fast forward. Be socially responsible. Embrace my philosophy of good deeds make for good business. I gathered 180 emerging farmers, and I promised them that whatever they grow, I will procure. And I also helped them to plant 100,000 orange trees. Guess what? In 3-4 months' time, they were at my back door delivering freshly picked vegetables. Another wow moment for the community. Never promise something that you will never deliver on, and never take time for granted. Time is money. Kia leboa nda. Nyabonga Baya Danki.
Those are some really great messages from both Martha and from George. And there's nothing quite like having a story told from the person who was involved, where you understand exactly what customer service is about, and also about how to deal with people who are feeling frustrated and being able to give them a service that can make them feel proud of what they're doing. Thank you so much, Martha. Thank you so much, George. Our next speaker will be coming up soon, but I want to give you a little chance to get into our poll section. Now, I did mention that we have polls on the platform. You'll see them on the right-hand side, at the bottom of the screen. There's a poll currently running. It's live. There's a question that's being asked there. It's a multiple-choice question. The question is, in which year was the Townships Project officially launched? You've got 4 options. It's either 1989 or 1999 or 2009 or 2019. There is a right answer. There aren't multiple right answers. There's only one right answer. But make sure that you interact with all of these different polls as we go through the sessions. So we're currently in session 1. We've got this poll running until the session ends. So make sure you interact with us. Those people who get the answer right will stand a chance to win prizes. Remember, I did say we've got some really great prizes to be given out throughout the day. And we'll have the sort of prize giving at the end of the day today. And then also when we've got the sessions happening tomorrow, we'll have that too. One of the things that I'd also like to be able to sort of let you know is that the polls are also linked to the questions that you ask. And so we want you to just interact with us and make sure that you're having a great experience. I want to thank you all for putting all of your comments and stuff in the chat so far, telling us where you're tuning in from. It's really great to see there's people from Midrand, from Pretoria, some from Hammanskraal. Please make sure you keep interacting with us online. because this is where we get to hear from you, and you've got a voice there too. Now, our next speaker is a former winner at the symposium, and it's Nokwanda Mchunu. She'll be telling us a story as a former winner about what the Building Better Businesses Symposium has been like for her, and also just how important things like this have been, because it really is important for us to hear about what people's experiences are. So make sure that you enjoy this.
Hi, can you hear me, and can you see the screen?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see the screen.
Okay, thank you so much. Hi everyone, my name is Nokwanda Mchunu. I am 26 years old. I come from KwaZulu-Natal in a village by the name of KwaMaphumulo. Today I'm going to take you on a journey of how I became the Dragon's Den competition winner, and how the township project played a significant role in the growth of my business. So, but before I do that, let me just give you a little bit of background of who exactly we are and what we do. So our business, the name of our business is Pink Prunes Farm Produce. We are meat processors. And we believe that we are more than just a product or a sausage or a patty, but we are more of a nutrition solution to a low-earning community. And the reason we believe in that is because, being in a rural community has got a lot of disadvantages of its own. And one of the problems that we had in my community specifically was no supply of good, no source of good meat supply. And as you know that meat is found in protein, of course, and protein is one of the most important proteins or nutritions to consume, yet is one of the most expensive as well. So when you have to look down for a person coming from a rural community and probably living off by grant or something, those that sort of luxury is not affordable for them. So we solved the problem by becoming the producers within the community. And so our community can get access to these luxurious products at reasonable costs. The business started in 2018 from very humble beginnings. We started from a home garage. In 2019, we purchased our first delivery vehicle, and that actually what grew our business, I can say, because at that time we were mobile, and then we could reach out to more customers. And then in 2020, we inherited old shop premises from home, which we renovated into a butchery factory shop. And then those premises are under a PTO. So this is basically how it used to look like back then in the humble beginnings when we were still in our renovated home garage. And we were just making patties and wors at that time.
Nokwanda, sorry to interrupt. We can't see your presentation. Can you enter presentation mode?
Can you see it?
Okay, yeah, we can. You can carry on.
Perfect. Okay. So these are the premises from the old facilities, which was our home garage premises. As I said, at this time we're only just making patties and wors. So this is the shop that I'm talking about. It was all worn and torn out, and then we renovated it into a butcher factory shop. This is how it looks like now. This is basically just what happens inside and some of the production that we make. So our vision is to become the leading agro-processors and, of course, empower young women. And we plan to do this by investing in research and development in agro-processing with the use of latest technology to ensure the best quality products reach the market. Because, of course, we cannot compromise our quality. And also developing opportunities for young women in the agri-industry through employment and equipping them with the necessary skills, knowledge and ability for them to operate their own businesses. Our products and services include rations, patties, sausages, and wors. Our market currently is farm lodges, fast food businesses, cheese and nyama, and the local community. And we currently deliver to our clients. We have weekly bulk buyers and our individual monthly buyers. We have our daily walk-ins, which is mainly our local community. And of course, with the intervention of the township project, we are now sitting with a production of 2,000 kilos, which is 2 tons a month, and where we were doing actually 915 kilos. Now, a bit more on what it made for us to win the Dragon's Den competition. So, firstly, there was an opportunity for 6 local job opportunities. So, when we won the competition and an investment was done in our business, we could procure a machine that we wanted for such a long time, which was so difficult for us to get, especially with COVID that hit us all in the country. And thanks to the township project, we were able to procure this equipment or this machine, which is a bandsaw. So in that way, it meant our business was going to grow. We were going to be able to start supplying our customer that we could not supply because of capacity at that time. So of course, if business grow, that means job opportunities are created. And so there was already 6 local job opportunities that were available, where 4 at the moment currently has been secured. And of course, with us now being able to supply the cutting and packing services, we had other customers who saw us and were interested in doing business with us. And in that way, we got to earn new offtake agreements. And we then also got to complete our ISO 22000 manual. And at the moment, we have a pending audit. So that's just our certification that will grant us the opportunity to start supplying retail space and having our products sit on retail shops. And then at the moment, we are at the implementation stage of our contract with Livestock Wealth. So, and soon we will be starting off with that contract. And as I said, of course, it created employment. We have 6 young local people who are working for us at the moment. We were already 6, so that means we've got 12 jobs that have been secured in our community, and these are all young people. Our special sauce is that we have professional qualification in the industry. We are a local brand. I am, of course, a young Black woman in a dominated industry, and of course, we are a township project. Now, township project gave to us. We also had to give back to our community. So there was a time where we had a burger day. We called the children within the community to join us for a day. We taught them on how to make patties from scratch up until the end, where they could have a nice braai and enjoy hamburgers from themselves. To us, this was big because, as I said, when you live in a rural community, there's a lot of limitations, and part of it is information. So it was so overwhelming to see these children learn that actually, a burger is not something you're going to get at the shop at Steers or Wimpy, but it's something that you can make yourself from scratch. And it just gave them that eye-opener, where they got to understand that actually the meat itself comes from an animal, from a cow. And from there, you need to grind this meat and turn it into mince, put it in a machine and grind it. From there, you need to calculate your recipes and work out. So that was really great for us. And afterwards, we had took little videos with them to ask them 3 questions. And, you saw this little 3-year-old telling you that a burger patty is supposed to weigh 120 grams. And for us, we felt that we had impacted these children with knowledge, lifetime knowledge that they will never forget. And of course, they had fun. Our goals is to have our product sit on retail shelves in the next 6 months, and of course to obtain our ISO 22000 certification. Thank you so much. These are our contact details if you would like to know more about our business. And of course, I want to say thank you so much to the Township Projects for the significance they brought in the lives of our business. Thank you for adding value to us. Thank you for changing the lives of the people in my community. And thank you so much for your continuous support.
Thank you so much, Nokwanda. Your presentation really was incredible. And I think one of the most important things about this entire symposium is really just hearing stories like yours, where we can actually see what the benefit of being part of this schedule is. Because for many of us, we get these ideas that we want to start businesses, we don't know where to go, and then knowing that there's a facility that you can actually come to where people can give so much information, and then you can also see that there's an actual end product that gives somebody not just hope and the possibility of becoming a great entrepreneur, as it seems you're on the right path towards, but just a sense of being part of a community that really supports each other. So thank you so much, Nokwanda.
Thank you.
So as we move on to the rest of the schedule for the day, what I will ask for all of you to do is just leave some comments on what you feel about Nokwanda's business and how things have gone so far, and also to tell us about how your stories are impacted by what you're hearing. Are you being inspired by what's being spoken of today? Our next speaker is also another really intriguing entrepreneur, and that's Zoe Mkabela. Zoe will be talking about the Volumicious journey, a story of hope. And Zoe's story really is interesting. She's the executive director of Volumicious Hair Solutions, a hair product provider that provides a permanent solution to different hair problems experienced by men, women, and children. The product, Volumicious, was founded in 2016 by Zoe after she lost her hair during pregnancy. The product was inspired by a BSc Honours project, which she attained at the University of Stellenbosch, which involved investigating a plant that was eaten by pregnant sheep, resulting in the newborn lambs being born without fur. She found that an active compound was responsible for this problem, so she won an award for the best poster presentation for a research project. After hours, she started selling the products from the boot of a car at shopping malls while running a full-time and demanding job as a sales representative for a global company. She recently opened her first hair clinic and gave rise to 4 new positions. In addition to that, she's realized that there's a demand for the services that she offers. She now has plans to franchise the hair clinic in major cities across the country. This will open many job opportunities. It really, really is something that is just so fascinating. Zoe, I believe you're online, and I would just like to give you the floor and say thank you so much for being part of this.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm just struggling to turn on my camera. It was working early on, and all of a sudden it says no camera found. I don't know what I need to do.
I'm not sure what I can do. It might be one of those situations you might have to restart the computer, but we can hear you.
Is it? Okay. I've already shared my presentation. I don't know if you can see it.
Look, I think that I can.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm very grateful to be able to share my story on how I came up with a brand or a product that provides a permanent solution to different people, men, women, and children that are struggling, with their hair problems. So how my journey began is that it started at the University of Stellenbosch, and little did I realize that was the beginning of my journey. So I studied at the University of Stellenbosch. I did an honors in biochemistry and a BSc in human life sciences. And part of my honors project involved looking at sheep that were being, it involved looking at a plant that was being eaten by pregnant sheep. So when this pregnant sheep ate this particular plant, the newborn lambs were born without fur. And why this was important is that there was a business segment that was using the fur of the newborn lambs to make coats and bags. And then obviously with this diet of the sheep, it was affecting their turnover. So I had to investigate what was in the plant that was causing the hair loss in the sheep. And after spending 6 to 7 months in the lab, isolating the compound and seeing what it was doing, I found out that it was affecting the adrenal steroid synthesis pathway. And at the end of that year, I actually won a poster presentation for my research project as voted by everyone in attendance. And then fast forward in 2009, I started working in corporate as a sales rep. And having been an entrepreneur, I can say that it's very important to be able to, you must have experience to run your business. And some things you cannot learn by theory, you really have to learn by practical. So I cannot downplay the importance of working for other people so that you can understand how to run your own business. 2013, I registered my company, Zoe Creations, and at that time I was selling cosmetics, wedding dresses, as well as weaves and wigs. And then in 2016, I lost my hair as a result of pregnancy, and inspired by my research project that I did at the University of Stellenbosch in 2008, I began to research and look at active compounds that can bring hair. Obviously, the ones that I found in 2008, that active compound was taking away hair. And humans and animals, genetically, there's no much variation. We are mammals. So I began to look at active compounds that can bring back hair, and I found a lot of them. And I contacted a local manufacturing company. I asked them to mix it for me. And then I tested it on my hair for a period of 1 year. So as you can see, I started in June 20. So between February, so that was me, February 2016, my hair was gone. Naturally, I've got hair. I've never struggled with hair, but with my son being born, my hair fell off. It took away my confidence, my hair confidence. So during this time, between February and June, that's when I was working on the product and just working really to fix my hair. And the plan was not to commercialize this. It was just to fix my hair. So I started testing the product on my hair, and the volume in 2016, in September 2016, the volume of the hair was very massive. That's why I call the product voluminous, because of the volume that it gave to the hair. And basically in 1 year, I had recovered my hair. My hair was longer than before, and it was stronger and it was thicker. And during this time, I was working in corporate for a global company. I remember beginning of July, I was given a position to act as a key account manager on top of the work that I was already doing. In July, they opened up the position and I was not successful. So for me, that rejection became my redirection. It became my turning point. So I decided to take this picture that you see here, that is my journey. I launched it on social media in 2017 on Facebook. So obviously people came to say, you know what, we grew up with you, you've never had hair problems, show us people that have had hair challenges and then we'll believe that, the solution that you're coming up with works. So I started giving samples to people that had hair problems, and they started testing the product and the hair started to grow. Another lady that had a receded hairline, her hair came back in 3 months. Another one who had bald patches, the patches closed. Another one whose hair was not growing for years. In just 3 months, the hair was fully back. So it was just those pictures and my pictures that I used to obviously advertise the business. Then in 2017, I started working, late 2017, towards the end of 2017, I started working on the look, of the products, the packaging, the labels. And as you can see there, I was just doing a small exhibition. In 2018, that's when I started fully focusing on the products. I started selling the products from the boot of my car after hours, because obviously I was still an employee. So I was juggling work and hustle. I would do it on weekends. And at that time, I was still staying in Deep Sloot Township. I started looking for distributors because obviously I believe a lot in empowerment. I've always just been that type of a person that wants to uplift other people. So I decided, in order for me, obviously, to share this solution with others, I started to look for distributors. And then in 2018, there was only 2 that came in on board for the whole year. In 2019, the distribution interest grew and the demand of the product started to increase. And all along, I'm just using social media, to promote the business, to look for distributors. And then November 2019, I decided to take a step of faith because it was becoming difficult to hustle both work and business. So I decided to resign from corporate and just take a leap of faith. And in that year, when I resigned, I also created a vision board for the business. The people that know me, they always know that I talk about the vision board because it's important, to have a vision for your business. It sort of directs your action, your steps. It really keeps you focused. And the vision of my company, especially for the hair products, is to be a global leader in hair care solutions because it works. So December 2019, I secured a small office just for face-to-face customer meetings. And at that time, I was also working for my garage where the products were being packed, and I only had 2 employees. Well, the growth, basically, I'm going to speak about the growth, how the business started to grow. So in March 2020, you remember we were hit with COVID. They had lockdown. I think it was stage 5, which was very hectic for all of us. I had to cancel my lease at the small office that I was renting, and I decided to fully work from home. As you can see, that's my kitchen. I was basically handling the orders for the distributors, for individual customers. So my sitting room, my kitchen, the garage, I was basically working from there. In April, all operations ceased. There were 0 sales that came in. And then I remember in May, hair products were made essential, and then operations started to resume from there. And then I also had an online store, which really helped me. And in lockdown, stage 5, people were at home, the salons were closed. That's when I started to see increase in the sales of the products because women were sitting at home and they had to look after their hair. In 2020, November of that year, the first voluminous billboard was flighted on William Nicol as per my vision board that I created when I resigned from corporate. And also December 2020, I opened the first voluminous hub, which comprises of a hair clinic. So the hair clinic, basically, we're providing a service using our products because there are certain treatments that need to be done. So that's the hair clinic. There's also offices as well as a warehouse. September and December of 2021, last year, we opened the 2 voluminous franchise stores, one in Pretoria and one in Durban. And then early this year, February, bought the first company vehicle. And then 22 and beyond, the plan is to open more franchise shops. I always say that small businesses are the solution or are part of the solution, or they are the contributors in solving the triple challenges which are experienced by the country, which is inequality, poverty, and unemployment. And my goal is to really help as many people out there as possible to come out of poverty and to change, to change their lives. And obviously with the franchise shops opening, that opens, an opportunity for employment. And the plan is to also have mobile hair clinics that also opens, an opportunity for employment as well. So currently the business employs 10 permanent staff members and has over 150 distributors nationwide and even outside of South Africa. So how did I grow voluminous? So it was just daily prospecting and actively looking for business. Obviously, having been in sales, I understand that selling is 80% marketing and 20% selling. People cannot buy what they don't know. So it's important to be constantly out there and making the products known. So I use social media marketing. It was Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, WhatsApp, radio marketing, newspaper features. Also, the distributors, I would train them. We work as a team. When I was in corporate, I was taught that we win as a team and we die as individuals. So it was important for me to build a strong team, around myself and train them on how to sell and impart the knowledge that I gained in corporate as a sales professional, sales people, so that they can sell effectively. Also using marketing collateral, exhibitions on trade shows, having magnets on our cars, actively asking for referrals, asking our customers if they know someone that is struggling with hair problems, and excellent customer service. We drive on excellent customer service, and one of our company's core values is excellent customer service. the customer is king. People don't just buy a product, they buy service. So it's also important that we, as entrepreneurs, we need to provide excellent customer service, because that's what's going to keep the customers keep on coming back, and that's what's going to also make them refer us, to other people. And also just having a support team, around myself, building the mastermind team, the people that assist me with certain things that I wanted to do. And also what helped to grow the business is product positioning in the market, how we position the product, the fact that it's a permanent solution. We're not just selling a product that is nicely packaged, but it's actually, bringing back hair confidence to people that have really given up, to people that have gone and spent thousands of rands and they've not seen a change. And also company profile, and company identity. When I was starting, the products, the look and feel was not so great, but over the process of time, I began to work on the colors and just really have a corporate identity. So my key lessons in business, that I would like to share, maybe there are people that are listening to me and, they want to grow as well. So the key lessons that I've learned is that you need to start where you are and you need to build with what you have. Because I built my business I built it with my salary when I was still an employee. And I remember at the time, I asked my then employer to change my salary details. So I gave them my savings account where they would pay my salary so that obviously the debit orders don't have to take the money. So debit orders would bounce on my main account. My car was almost repossessed 3 times because at that time, obviously, I was trying to build a business, and that those are the sacrifices, that I made. And if I had to sit and wait for funding, I would probably be still waiting even today. So what I've learned really is that it's important to start where you are and build with what you have, and things will get better as time goes on. And also is that there's no fast lane to success. Success is not something that is instant. It's not something that happens overnight. You really need to put in the work. You need to put in the effort. You need to be consistent in the business. And also don't wait for perfect conditions. They will be perfect as time goes on. I believe in just plug, play, fix. You start, you do, and then you will begin to fix whatever you need to fix as time goes on. Don't wait to have the perfect business plan or to have the perfect this or the perfect that, because you're going to wait forever. And also what's important is to build and sustain relationships with your customers. Listen to their needs and suggestions and implement. For me to open the hair clinic, it was really because the customers would always say, we see that you say with this product, we must do this kind of treatment. It's difficult for us to do. Why don't you open something for us where we can come and have our hair treated? And they kept on repeating this all the time, that I decided, you know what, I think it will actually be best for me to implement this. And also just, sustaining those relationships with the customers, because ultimately when the customers support the business, the business then begins to grow. It grows, the business is able to employ people. So it's important to maintain and sustain those relationships that you build with the customers. I've already spoken about excellent service. Be excellent in your service. Provide an excellent service. Don't just focus on selling a product, but ensure that your customers are happy. If you are selling a product, make sure you deliver on time. Make sure you follow up. Respect people's money. If someone pays you upfront, make sure you deliver within a week. Don't wait for the customer to come back and remind you that I paid for this 2 weeks ago, I still have not received it. And also work with speed. Time waits for no man. Build a support team around you. You win as a team, you die as individuals. And also remember that growth takes time and success is not automatic. Success is something that we make happen. And finally, we've all heard of this, the journey of 1,000 miles begin with 1 step. Whatever you are planning to do, just do it. Don't wait for tomorrow. Don't wait for things to be perfect. Don't wait to get that funding. Just start with what you have. And I always tell people that, you know what, if it means that you must downgrade your car, if it means that you must downgrade your house, whatever it is that you need to downgrade in order for you to build your business, to build your brand, do that. When I started working on volume issues, I was staying in Diepsloot. I was staying in an RDP house, and at that time, it looked like, there was no hope. But because I consistently and every day put in the effort and I kept at it, even when I felt like giving up, even when it felt like there was no hope, it's never going to work, I told myself that I'm going to do this, I'm going to fight until I win. So wherever you are, just start, just do it. The possibilities are endless. Dream big, don't doubt yourself, don't look down on yourself, and just remember that your dreams are valid. Thank you.
Zoe, what an incredible presentation. I'm so inspired, so moved, I don't even know, I'm running out of words, and I'm the kind of person who never runs out of words. Thank you so much for such an incredible presentation. I think that we're seeing a lot of comments coming through in the chat on the platform talking about just how inspired people have been by this. And I think what you've touched on here are some really key points for every entrepreneur at any level about how to make sure that their business succeeds through adversity, through some of the challenges around funding, and even just being able to stay focused when things are really tough. So thank you so much, Zoe. I can't speak any more highly on how excellent that presentation was. And I hope that we're able to get even more information from all the other speakers when they come through for the rest of the day. We do have to carry on the schedule because it is a jam-packed schedule. So we do have a video that's going to play shortly. And then after that, I'll give you the answer to the poll question. And then I'll give you a little bit more information as to what's happening. But please sit back and enjoy this.
No one ever asks why we do the weird things we do. Like, why once is never enough? Or doing 2 trips is just one too many? Why do we, before we use these, or say 5 when we mean 20? Why do we have second thoughts? And think that lift buttons make them go faster? Why don't we walk there, cross our fingers, touch wood, and struggle to hide our true feelings? At Liberty, we want to know all the weird and wonderful things that make us human, because human beings, being human, are what we make financial solutions for. Liberty, in it with you.
Know that your family will be okay without you, with a plan that makes a plan when life happens. Liberty, in it with you.
Events like these just cannot take place without our partners. So thank you so much to Liberty for being partnered with us on this Building Better Businesses Symposium 2022 and being aligned with the Township Project South Africa. This really is one of the great things that happens where we're able to bring some of the best business minds to you and give you information all throughout the day. Now, I've got information for you. We had our first poll question. It was, in which year was the Townships Project officially launched? There were 4 options: 1989, 1999, 2009, or 2019. And the answer, I don't have a drum roll here, is 1999. That is the answer for our first poll question. So we've got that done. The poll is closed for the first session. We are now going to head over to our comfort break. And that will just be a time for you to go and have a cup of tea, just sort of stretch your legs, walk around a little bit, refresh yourself, because we've got a heck of a lot more information coming up after our break. We will be back live and presenting at 10 o'clock. So you can go away for a bit. You don't have to close the platform. You can keep it open, just mute it and have your other stuff happening as you do that. But please make sure you are back online. We are going to be back hitting the road at 10 a.m. So please make sure you're back for that. We've got a great presentation then. All right, thank you, and we'll see you shortly. I know that you've had a great session 1, and we promise you it's going to be fantastic as you go through the rest of the sessions for the rest of the day, as well as tomorrow. Thank you so much for interacting with the polls. We really love that you're actually getting involved with that, and we will be giving you the answers to a lot of those questions. So what I will do is tell you what the second poll question is for today, and you'll see that on the right-hand side of your screen. And the second question is, the agency of the Department of Trade and Industry in South Africa assisting with the registration of companies is referred to as, and you have 4 options. Is it the CPIC? Is it the CICP? Is it the CPIC? Or is it the CIPC? You have those 4 options. Make sure you interact with us on the poll. I won't read those out because it was a tongue twister the first time. And so I hope that you enjoy going through the polls with us. We have our next speaker lined up as well. And this speaker, Adrian van Niekerk, he was with us at the symposium last year. He's always given us such really, really great information. And Adrian is really interesting because he's qualified with a BCom law degree and an LLB degree from the University of Pretoria. He served as articles with McRobert Attorneys and was admitted as an attorney and a notary public and conveyancer in February 2008. He plies his trade at one of the leading legal firms in South Africa, McRobert Attorneys, in the corporate and commercial law department. He will be talking to us today about registering a business. That'll be the first topic that he talks to us about. And I think that's something that, a lot of us who are trying to get into the business arena, or those of us who, have done that, but still want to know if exactly if we did the right thing, we'll want to know more about. So I'm going to hand the floor over to Adrian to give you his information on how to register for a business. And then we'll also have a brief Q&A session around that too. So make sure you put any questions that you have for him in the chat. There is a question section. Just make sure that you put Adrian, so you can put AVN, and then your question after that, so we know exactly who you're addressing when you put your question there. But you'll see that the question side of it is there. It's available on screen as well. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Adrian. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cyrus. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can.
Fantastic. I'm just going to sort out my screen here. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, I can see your presentation.
Fantastic. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Yes, like Cyrus said, thank you for the introduction. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about company structure. It is important for two reasons. The first is, obviously, if you're thinking about starting a company, to make sure that you use the right structure. And if you are in a structure already, number 1, to consider whether it is the correct structure for you, and number 2, to manage that structure correctly. So when you're starting off a business, besides deciding what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, and so on, you need to consider the legalities. And there are a lot of things to consider. I only have 20 minutes, so I'm going to try and squeeze as much information in as possible. It will not be a full account of everything you need to know, but it will give you an idea. Hopefully just to start asking the right questions, at least. The most common structures that we find is the sole proprietorship, the partnership, a close corporation, a company, and a trust. I'm going to focus mostly on the company, but we'll run through the others quickly. Sole proprietorship is basically one that you will know if you're doing your business in your own name. You do not have a registered entity. It's very quick and easy to do it. You wake up in the morning, you decide, I'm going to start a business, and it is done. That is how you start. You decide on a name, you decide on a logo. If you have a rental agreement for a premises, you sign it in your own name. You can say it's Adrian van Niekerk trading as McRobert Attorneys, but the McRobert Attorneys part will then only be a branding exercise. It will not be the registered name of the company. The problem is, in your personal capacity, you will carry all the liabilities of the business. There is no distinction between your own estate and that of the business. So if the business creditors need to collect money, they will look at you. So you are exposed. That is the biggest problem. And then, of course, if you were to pass on, then the business will go to the grave with you. There's no continuity. You can sell the business, but if you pass on or stop doing business, that stops the business as well. A partnership is basically a sole proprietorship with more than one person. So you have the same flexibility and ease of operating the business because there's no registration and no regulations. A couple of people will get together. It's very important for the partners to trust each other. It's very important to have a proper partnership agreement in place. Everything that is going to happen between the partners must be regulated in terms of the partnership agreement. But you have the same problems basically as a sole proprietorship. There's no continuity. If one of the partners were to pass on, the entire partnership will cease. So if me and Cyrus had a partnership and we had a very lucrative transaction with the Department of Health to do deliveries on a monthly basis, and then Cyrus passes on, sadly, then that is the end of the partnership, and therefore the contract cannot continue. I'll have to go back to the department and negotiate a new transaction where Cyrus is obviously no longer part of that. The bigger problem as well that I have with partnerships is that if that partnership agreement is not properly drafted and it's not doesn't deal with all the aspects of your relationship with your partners, then you create vacuums, spaces where there can be disputes, etc. Partners will start having different interests and ideas of how to conduct the business, and that can lead to disputes and basically a split in the business, which is obviously not what you want, because you're building something and you want that to continue. So that brings us to companies. The forms of a company, there are different forms. Most prominent are the P2I Limiteds, the private companies. That's mainly used for normal business where profit is the main focus. Then you get the non-profit companies, the NPC abbreviation. That is not for profit. It's important to remember that it's not, many of you will actually be using NPC structures. It's important to remember that it's not against the rules of an NPC to actually have a profit at the end of the year. The limitation that you have is that your profits must be used to advance the objects of the company. You cannot distribute the profits to the members or the directors as you would in a case of a normal P2I Limited company. Directors' remuneration and salaries, all of that can be paid, but the profits cannot be distributed. You can have a non-profit company with members or without members. So, for instance, a homeowners association where all the owners within the estate will be the members, or you can have different organizations where members will not be required, depending on your needs. You have public companies, that is for larger companies, personal liability companies like attorneys, like ourselves, doctors, and so on, where the professionals that are conducting the business must remain personally liable. So let's just look at the P2I Limited company. This is going to be the focus of the most of my time is going to go into this. It's very important that you understand the structure of a company. And if we look at the blue box, that is the main focus. The company has its own separate legal entity. It's very easy to confuse, especially if you're a startup company or an owner-managed company. You're the sole shareholder, you own the entire company. Then it's very easy to confuse your personal assets and your personal affairs with that of the company. So you have to, in your mind, have the distinction between yourself and your company. The company has its own personality. That means it can conclude contracts in its own name. And if you were to pass on, the company will continue in existence. Obviously, the shares will have to move and the new director will have to be appointed in your place. But the company itself does not cease. So I've mentioned now we get shareholders. They are basically the owners of the company. We get the directors. They are basically like the managers of the company. And then you get employees. You can see in that sketch there, person A is a shareholder, he's a manager, and he's an employee. It's possible to be all or any combination of the three. If we look at the shares and the shareholders, it's common for a company to be created with, say, 1,000 authorized shares. So that is the shares that it has in stock to use towards issuing it towards the owners. So you can issue one or all of the shares, depending on certain considerations. If you are an owner-managed company, you create your company with 100 or 1,000 authorized shares, and you take one share for yourself to start off with. Then you are 100% shareholder. The number of shares and the percentage of shares should be distinguished. The moment you bring in partners, you can allocate further shares to them, and you will have a look at how many shares are issued, and the percentage of shareholding will be a factor of the number of shares issued, not a factor of the number of authorized shares. It can be a little bit confusing. I might not be explaining it properly due to being a little bit rushed, but it's important just so that you know there is a distinction. The authorized shares, there will be a certain number of shares. It will be limited in number. You can then use that to distribute it to multiple persons, and that share has a value. So, for instance, there is a valuation or a perceived value of your company of R1,000,000, and you have 1,000 shares, issued shares. Then each issued share will basically have a value of R1,000. If I'm a holder of 10 of those shares, then I have a share value of R10,000 in my personal capacity. Now, those shares are assets in my estate as a shareholder. I can sell them. I can transfer them to other persons. We'll talk about that a little bit later in more detail, but it's important to know that those shares are assets in my estate. The shareholders have a very important but a limited measure of control over the company. They're not involved in the day-to-day activities of the company. They appoint the directors to make sure that the company is run according to their preferences and needs. So if the shareholder does not like the way in which the directors are conducting the affairs of the company, it will remove the director and it will appoint a different director that can do a good job. Of course, in most companies, especially smaller companies, the shareholders and the directors will be the same people. So that's completely acceptable and normal. It's where you have a larger company and the shareholders are way up there and they're not involved actively, that you get the directors and they can be removed and replaced to the shareholders' needs. The benefit, the reason why you are and want to be a shareholder in a company is because of the dividends, the profits of the company. When there's profits, the board can say that the company can afford on a liquidity and solvency basis to distribute some of those profits to the shareholders, and that is then paid. Shareholders do not have any risk in the company as the owner. What you can stand to lose is your investment. So in order to build and start your company, you need to put in money and, of course, time, which is difficult to quantify. But your capital investment in the company, if that company were to go bankrupt and be liquidated, you will not have a claim to get anything back if all the creditors are not paid in full. And that is your risk. But if all the creditors aren't paid in full, they cannot come after the shareholders to collect the shortfall. I've said a little bit about the directors already. For those of you running an NPC, make sure that you know that there must be at least 3 directors in an NPC, while all other companies only require at least 1 director. Of course, you need at least 1 because somebody needs to do the day-to-day work, manage the company, and make sure you need somebody to be liable, responsible for what goes on in the company. So accepting the position as a director is not something to be taken lightly. You must apply your skills to the highest standard of care. So it's an age-old phrase to say there's a fiduciary duty on a director. You take care of the affairs of the company on a level that is higher even than you would apply to your own affairs. And that is why a director is also open to become personally liable for the debts of the company. It is not to say that that will happen in every instance. It is mostly, to sum it up, where there is fraud or reckless trading, then you can start looking at going after the directors itself, or a breach of authority and so on. But it's not as if you are exposed from day one. If you conducted business properly and you took good measures to make sure there are, if it's proper business procedures that you've applied and things go wrong, because they do, then that's not to say that you will be personally liable. It's just a little summary. I'm going to skip over it. Time flies. Biggest advantages of a company is continuity. If you do pass on, the company can proceed, your family can have the benefit of your shares in your estate. They can sell that to an investor even after you have deceased. There is protection for the owners, the shareholders, as I've mentioned. And then very importantly, if you remember what I said about the partnership agreement must be thorough to make sure that disputes can be dealt with between the partners. Now, in a company, you have the Companies Act. It's a very good act. You have the tribunal. You should have a shareholders agreement as well. So you have a lot of extra documents and structures to help you regulate your disputes, to overcome possible disputes that can possibly lead to an end of a partnership, where you can now resolve it and continue with your business. There's a lot of tax advantages because of this, the structure of a company if you run it properly. And then there is, I've mentioned the phrase owner-managed company. There's provision in the Companies Act for simpler structures. An important thing about companies is fundraising. So once you've started your company and you've built it up and it's running quite well, then you can start looking at investors. Like I said, your shares are assets in your estate, so you can sell that. The price is negotiable. It's not something that's regulated by the Act. You can either do a valuation or there can be a perceived value, and if you can convince somebody that it's worth a certain amount and they can pay that, it's 100% for you to sell it at that value. There are 2 ways of bringing in investors. The one is where you get the benefit. You have 100 shares. You have an investor, he likes the company, he wants shares. Then you sell 50 of your shares. In this case, it is 50%. You get the R1,000,000 and he holds 50, and now you're 50-50 partners. The other option is for the company to issue some of its unauthorized shares. You will remember we referred to that earlier, directly to the investor, because the investor wants that R1,000,000 that he has to invest to go into the company so that the company's assets can grow and he can benefit from a stronger company, not just the company as it was. The problem now is he gets his shares, but you as the founder, you don't get any money in your pocket. So what we'll say is you now have a smaller slice of a bigger pie. So there's benefit in it for you, but obviously the cash flow and selling some of your shares is something that most entrepreneurs are after. And one of the ways to fix this is for, I'm just going to go back to this slide, to use this structure that the investor will pay, or he will purchase the shares directly from you, but on the understanding that a portion or all of it of the R1 million will be loaned back by you to the company. So now you have, let's say half of it you loan back to the company. Now you have a bit of cash, which is nice, some reward for your hard work in building the company, and you have another asset in the company being a loan that is repayable in time. And the investor is happy because he put in some money into the company. The company has capital to grow its operations and to yield a bigger return at the end of the day. So that's just a way of overcoming those two, of combining those two structures. It is so, companies are more complex, there's more administration, there's a bit more fees payable and costs to be incurred. And as a director, like I said, you have a very high standard of care, so you can't accept that that position or that appointment if you are not familiar with exactly what is going on in your company and what is expected of you as a director. So those are things to take care of and make sure that you are familiar with before you go into the structure. But by far, this would be the structure that I recommend in almost all instances for the reasons that I've mentioned. I see my time is up. I'm going to take one more minute. For those of you that are involved in closed corporations, it's an old structure. You can't register new closed corporations. In terms of the New Companies Act, the old ones can continue to exist. The biggest difference is that you don't have shareholders and directors. They are merged into what we call members of a closed corporation. So you have a percentage ownership as a member, but you also have the liability and responsibilities as a director would have. Trust is not something that I would recommend you use, but take note that it's out there and maybe someday you decide to get more advice on it. I see my lights for my stage are being turned off. I need to get off the stage. But I think I said what I wanted to. Thank you, Saris.
Thank you so much, Adrian. In fact, a really, really interesting presentation because there's a lot of questions that have come up. And I see that some of the people in the chat have actually asked some questions. So if you have any questions for Adrian or any of the speakers, make sure you enter them in the question section of the platform, not necessarily in the chat. We will be looking there, but the question sections where you want to be. And I've seen that Zaman Gwenya has been really, really interacting today. Zama's been putting questions left, right, and center. And there's a question here for you, Adrian, and it says, so firstly, thank you for your information. What is the procedure to exit a shareholder who has circumvented the company rules? I think I understand it, Adrian. This is your purvey, so please let us know.
Sure. So you have to choose your partners very carefully. Start off with that, because once you're in that partnership, like I said, the shares are assets in the estate of the shareholders. So once you've sold shares to a shareholder, you cannot just simply decide, now I want to take it back because we're not seeing eye to eye or some dispute has arisen. The shareholders' agreement can make provision for some instances where we call it a deemed offer or something like that. Or if there's a breach, then the other shareholders can have the option to purchase those shares back. I'm not sure that I've seen a situation where any shareholder agreed to forfeit shares. That wouldn't make sense because you usually buy the shares and you can't just won't just agree to a situation where, you know, if I breach some rule or we don't see eye to eye, that I simply forfeit that. So you have to negotiate with him to sell the shares. Say, listen, this partnership's not working anymore. Can I buy your shares from you and you will exit the company? Or hopefully you have a proper shareholders agreement in place that gives you some remedies to say you've breached the rules. That creates a deemed offer, and now I am exercising that offer and I'm buying out your shares. That's a short answer.
Okay, so just to sort of expand on that, do you then suggest that people who are entering into businesses right from the beginning have a sort of legal remedies in place. So much like you said, your rules are set out so everybody understands exactly what is expected of them. But also, if there are people who contravene some of those rules, or there is a break in the partnership for whatever reason, they'll understand exactly how to do that. Should they engage a legal practitioner right from the beginning? I mean, it could be costly. What do you suggest?
You're touching on my second talk, but it's very important and it's relevant now. What I'm going to emphasize in the second talk is that proper agreements are important. If you have a proper agreement, you've already clarified some of the potential disputes that can arise, and you've already agreed on what would be the remedies if they agree. And should that happen then in future, the parties are already on the same page and you don't have disputes. Another point that I'm going to raise is that SMEs especially don't engage legal assistants or attorneys from the word go, because it's expensive. And that leads to a position where they often don't have the right agreements in place, and that exposes them to these sort of disputes. So if at all you can afford it, you have to make sure that you have those agreements in place. We have a solution. I didn't get to that slide. It's smelegal.macrobert.co.za. We can share it later, where we make these agreements available at a very low cost. It's an annual subscription basis. And once you're subscribed, you can access those agreements unlimited number of times. And there's a shareholders agreement as well. So you want to start the business, you go to your fellow or prospective shareholders, and you all enter into this agreement. Then you're really covered properly for the future relationship. But yeah, the problem is it's expensive, and it's often not done because of that reason, and that exposes a lot of partnerships.
Okay. There's a couple other questions that have come up. I do see that they're more in the legal side of things. So I wonder if we do try and hold on to those till after the lunch break, when you do the other part of your presentation, when you talk about legal matters for your business. But I will ask this one question, though. When you're actually registering your business and you're looking to try and go through a lot of the different avenues that you pointed out in terms of the ways you can register a business, how does one know what would work best for them? How do you know if you should be a sole proprietor versus a company? What do you think the thinking should be when registering a business?
I very seldom give any advice other than to register a company. The advantages of a company is vast. Yes, there's a bit more admin and it's a bit more complex. But if you're going to own a business, you should be able to manage those hurdles. Your thinking should be long term. If you're going to start your company in your own name, when you pass on, that company stops. When you sell that company, there's a tax applicable. When you sell shares, there will also be a tax applicable, but it might be less. It will probably be less. So besides the cost and the effort of registering a company, that would in most instances be my advice to get that in place. It just sets you up for the long term, and you don't need to go and reinvent your wheel and incur the costs and move your business from your name to your company's name. It can be done, but it's unnecessary extra effort. So it's not an easy question. There's not a one size fits all answer, but I think you should be careful to consider anything other than a company. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, that's good advice. There's a question here from Patricia, and Patricia asks, and you sort of touched on this a little bit in your answer now, what are the disadvantages of a person running a business alone in terms of seeking investors or securing his or her business shares in the business? And this goes into the whole thing of, so let's say you've registered a company, but you're doing it as a sole proprietor. What can be some of the disadvantages that you could face in seeking investment?
the problem is they can't, an investor can't buy into your business while it's in your own name. You can't give the investor a share certificate to have a percentage shares in your own name or in your person. That's not possible. So then what needs to happen is then you need to create the company. You need to move your business to that company. That can be done, but you're going to have to change the banking accounts. You're going to have to change your website, stationery. Everything needs to change because it's no longer Adrian van Niekerk trading as MacRobert. It is now MacRobert Inc. or MacRobert Pty Limited. So you need to change everything. And then once it's in that structure, then you can sell shares to that investor. I've mentioned other problems with being a sole proprietor. It's quick and easy to run. There's no regulation and formalities, which is nice, but you are exposed to the creditors. So anything that's business related is your own liability. You can't avoid that, and there's no continuation. The moment you pass on, the business stops.
Okay, I mean, that's really great information. Thank you so much, Adrian. I think we're going to have to leave these questions at this point. I will come back to question and answers when we do the legal side of the business discussion. But thank you so much, Adrian, and we'll see you later.
Thanks.
Right, but thank you, everybody, for all of your questions. Please keep them coming. We are stockpiling them, making sure that we know exactly who you're talking to, and we will deal with them as we go through the rest of the day. We are also looking at the polls. I keep talking about the polls that are online, so make sure you interact with those. Our second question is live. You can vote and take your selection as to what you think the answer is to the question. The question is: the agency of the Department of Trade and Industry in South Africa assisting with the registration of companies is referred to as, and there are 4 options. I'm not going to go into them. The tongue twisting has to stop at some point today. What I will do, though, is to go through some of the competition elements for you to give you a real better understanding of what is actually available to you. As you interact with us all day, I've seen a lot of interaction coming through from a few people. Make sure that all of you interact with us. So chat with us, ask questions. That way we know exactly who's involved. Now, I mentioned that there are some really, really interesting prizes. And the first one being the Dragon's Den prize, which is worth 50,000 Rand. That's 50,000 Rand. Now, the category for this draws its inspiration from the show Dragon's Den, that gives budding entrepreneurs an opportunity to pitch their business ideas to potential investors. So the prize in this category aims at identifying and awarding this large cash prize to a business with great potential in need of funding. Now, I know a lot of our businesses are in need of funding. We all need to have some funding. And what was interesting is that when Zoe spoke about funding and the measures she took to try and make sure that she could get extra funding available for her business, now you've got an opportunity, much like Nokwanda did earlier, as she won the Dragon's Den prize, to have a cash injection that can really lift your business. So if you would like to be up for that 50,000 Rand, interact with us. Chat in the chat space, ask questions to all of the speakers, and you could be one of the winners. We have a couple other prizes. One is the best response to COVID-19. This category this prize will be awarded to a small business that has shown great resilience and strides during the pandemic. Now, I know that there's so much that's been happening as we've gone through the various stages of lockdown, and then, as we try to make our businesses work in the difficult present conditions that we find ourselves in, there's still an opportunity to get something from that. And the prize for this is worth 15,000 Rand. The winners will be selected from those who are available in the chat. You can also tell us a little bit about your businesses. I know that we've seen that you've spoken about who you're representing, what business you're here representing. The Most Innovative Business Idea Award is also worth 15,000 Rand. That's 15,000 Rand. 15,000 Rand. That's for the Most Innovative Business Idea Award, which will recognize a small business that has brought creative and exemplary business ideas to life. We love to see those kinds of things where you've got a creative idea, it's a completely different business, something a little unique, and we've seen you flourish because of it. There's also the Best Business Growth Prize, which is worth 15,000 Rand as well. And this award will celebrate an outstanding small business that has consistently showed exceptional growth and achievement. Now, these are some of the prizes we have listed. We have a few more that I mentioned earlier. There's a 6,000 Rand prize, or rather, the prize is worth 6,000 Rand. That's PR coaching for 3 months from Shantui PR. There's a prize worth 5,200 Rand, which is magazine, ad design, full page advertorial, social media, and business features. That's from hashtag MyMpeli Magazine, hashtag MyMpeli Magazine. There's also spa pamper packages worth 850 Rand from Missouri Day Spa in Rustenburg, and that really gives you the full spa pamper package: 60-minute aromatherapy body massage, hot towel service, 30-minute steam room session. In fact, I might just go and do that. It sounds really, really great. Then from Silla Beauty Bar in Johannesburg, there's a prize valued at 500 Rand for a beauty treatment, and there are also books to be given away that the Townships Projects board will be selecting for those who are lucky. One of those books is Competitive Edge, my book, and I'll be showing that to you a little bit later. But I've given you an understanding and an explanation as to what the prizes are. I hope that you're all on the same page, and we're all on the same page with regards to what's happening around that. Now, we have a speaker lined up very, very shortly, and I'm just going to check that he is available for us as we've gone through our stuff quite quickly. But Ndumiso Nkonzo is going to be our next speaker. Now, one of the things that we really love about this is when we bring our speakers on board, we want to be able to give them a sense of how we move things forward. Now, I think that Ndumiso might be having some technical issues at the moment. I'm not sure if he's online yet, but every single one of our speakers is able to bring us something that is completely different, their experience on how things work, and also to give us an understanding as to how business can be operated in completely different ways. So what I love to see when we go through a lot of these presentations is the ability for people to say, yes, I have done this, my business is working, this is how things work, and this is the kind of information that we're going to pass on to you. I'm just trying to check if we have everybody available. Because, yeah, we do have something that we can play in the meantime. So what I'd like to do as we wait for Ndumiso to come on is to see if the team have got any videos that we can play, perhaps the one from the winners in the past that we can actually have come on board, and then we'll have that playing while we get Ndumiso's presentation lined up, and then he'll be ready for you. So I think the team is ready for me to hand over to them. So thank you, everybody, and make sure you enjoy these videos.
Hi, my name is Pumzile Mthembu. I am the founder of Ingwedi P2 Ltd, training as Pure B Baby Care. We manufacture organic coconut oil-based baby skincare ointments for skin irritations found in infants to toddlers, such as ringworms, crackle cap, eczema, heat rash, nappy rash, soles, and burns, all in just one container. Our products are skin repairing powerhouse. They're gentle enough for everyday use. They are antibacterial, antifungal, they are clinical tested, and they are dermatologically endorsed. How did we know about the BBB Symposium, the township projects? So it was through social media. And another question was, how did we benefit from the event itself? We were nominated to be part to compete, to be part of the category, the most innovative business of the year 2021, and we won that category. And the prize money was 10,000 rands. With that prize money, we were able to then buy stock, we bought packaging materials, we bought marketing materials. So with that money, it helped us a lot because we were able to double the investment. So from the investment, we are then going to open our very first shop in a few months to come. I think 2 months now, because everything is almost done. We are going to open our very own shop that will also work as a pickup point for us, for our resellers, and we will also be selling different things as well. Anything that has to do with babies, we have collaborated with other companies as well that are manufacturing baby products, which will then increase our revenue. I would love to say thank you so much to the board, the township project board, and the BBB Symposium sponsors. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for believing in entrepreneurs like myself. From the township, it's really difficult to run a company from the township. With everything that is happening, anything can happen anytime. So having to have individuals out there believing in us and investing in our ideas and businesses, it means a lot. It means growth. It means our economy will be sustainable. It means creating more jobs, especially in our companies as we are starting. What I can say to upcoming entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs that would want to be part of the Symposium 2022, I would say, guys, enter, nominate yourself. This is a great platform for entrepreneurs to grow. This is a great platform, especially when you want to scale up your business. This is a great platform that is created for us, for small businesses, SMMEs. We need to just grab this opportunity. Thank you so much for the investment. We believe that an investment with us is an investment in creating a healthy living lifestyle through organic products. Thank you so much, Ngiyabonga.
Having a baby is one of life's greatest gifts, and as a parent, you want only the best for your little one. Pure B understands this, and that's why we formulated Pure B Baby Care Ointment, perfect for the relief of eczema, heat rash, burns, rash, sores, and ringworms, all in one container. Call 081 774 5138 to order your Pure B Baby Care Ointment and give your baby only the best.
Albert Mweli, Director of Mweli Poultry Cooperative. We are a cooperative made up of 5 members, 4 males and 1 female. And we farm broilers. But we want to venture into farming of layers as well. I came to know of the BBB. I benefited from the event by gaining knowledge from the different topics that were discussed. Topics such as business loans, legal matters for your business, using your phone to promote your business, etc. I won 2 prizes during the symposium. The first one was the book by Sipiwe Moyo called Your Next Move. And the second prize was the 5,000 Rand, of course. I used the 5,000 Rand to purchase the chicken feeds, as the chicken feeds are always going up. I bought 14 bags of the chicken feeds, and that made it simple for me to make profit, as I had to cut costs. And the business is still operating. Though we are still operating from home, we need to move to the farm. We have a 2,000 square meters farm where we have 2 chicken houses that we want to use for eggs production. And I would like to say to the TTP and the symposium sponsors that thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity to learn and to win some money. And I would like to encourage the people who want to venture into entrepreneurship that they must not give up. They must hold on to their dreams. There are going to be ups and downs. That's the entrepreneurship journey, but they must hold on. Thank you again.
these messages are so heartwarming because we are seeing the people at the front lines, on the front lines of the entrepreneurship journey and being out there doing what their businesses do best. We do have our next speaker available, Ndumiso Nkonzo. He is available. He's going to be talking about Get Your Gravitas On. I cannot wait for this presentation. It should be one of those that will be really, really inspiring. And then we'll also be able to take some questions and give those to him towards the end of the presentation. But Ndumiso's presentation includes some polls. So he'll be asking some questions as well. Go to the poll section. You'll see that's in there, and we'll be able to try and get those answers to Ndumiso as the presentation carries on. So thank you, everybody. And I'm going to hand over to Ndumiso, and hopefully everything will flow nice and easily and quickly for him. Ndumiso, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. MC. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow entrepreneurs. I want to talk to you about the way we do business as the people from the townships. We do business for the point of survival. Now I'm talking in general. Now, I am here today to share with you my story, the story of others, and why do I believe that survival is never enough. Maybe just for the start, let's run the first poll. Let's find out from you, ladies and gentlemen, how many businesses are there in your township? Maybe in the meantime, while the poll is running, let's talk about which township you are from. You can just go to the chat and share with me which townships you are from. But in the meantime, and most importantly, just go to the poll and then take the poll. How many businesses are there in your township? Is it 1 to 5? Is it 5 to 10? Or is it more than 10? I know townships are buzz with businesses. Whenever I go visit any of the townships, you can see that township is a place of business. It's a land of opportunities. This morning we heard from Dr. George Sinoshe, who was talking about his businesses and how he started his Pick and Pay. I'm not sure if the poll is ready. Mr. MC, maybe if you can just share with me, or if someone can just share with me the results of the poll on WhatsApp so that we can know how many businesses are there in different townships, the view of the audience. Let's see how many businesses are there in the townships.
The poll is live. We are getting some answers through. I'll try and send you some info on WhatsApp.
Great. Now, what businesses am I referring to here? I'm referring to your spaza shops, the lady that owns the saloon, the mama or the papa that owns backrooms. I'm referring to the stores that sells vegetable gardens. I'm referring to the pichisanyamas, the taverns, the pharmacies. In fact, in the townships these days, we even have accounting and law firms. And I see that the poll is ready. And most people agree with my general perspective that 83% of you, by the time the screenshot was taken to me, saying in their townships, there is 10 or more businesses, which is the case. Townships are a land of opportunities for business people. Now let's move on. I want to find out from you, this is my second poll. I want to find out from you how many people you know that have got more than the one business. So you know someone, you know that there is a spaza shop somewhere, or you know that there is a doctor somewhere. Do you know how many surgeries or how many other businesses the doctor that's got the surgery owns. It does not have to be in your township. It just has to be a second or a third or any other business that that person that you know owns. Again, Mr. MC, once the poll has run for about 30 minutes, sorry, 30 seconds, let's give me the results so that we see.
The results are available.
What our audience says. Let's see. 80% of you say they know someone that owns more than one business. But there's a 20% that we need to also talk to. The one that says they don't know anyone that's got in their township that's got more than one business. Now, there are two problems with the 20% that we are facing. In fact, this is a general perspective that we all have in doing business with the township. The first business is that once we start our saloon, once we have that one taxi, once we have got the one property that has got back rooms, we think that is our success. We think we have achieved our goals. That's the first problem. The second problem is that most of the time, we as entrepreneurs, we don't go out there and seek the knowledge of other business people. Look at the attendance today. I'm not sure of the exact number, but by the time I joined, we were probably around 150 people in this symposium. And tell me why that is. It's mainly because we are not interested in what's going on outside our world. But let me go back to my first problem. The business people that have got that one business, they think that putting bread on the table every evening is enough. They think taking their kids to school, to university, that's enough. They think survival is enough. Now, what is happening here? What's happening is that the person owns the one business, and then they think that that one business is all that they came here on earth to do. Of course, this is all subconsciously. There's no one who thinks, okay, I've got one property with back rooms, and then that's it for me. But it's because of this property that they've got and other income, maybe from employment, is able to put bread on their table. And then they think, okay, me and my family, we are surviving. Let me tell you a story of two of my neighbors. These neighbors are in different townships. As you probably know, I own properties. I'm a property investor, but I also started a platform called Ekasi Properties. This is because of what I found, and I'm going to tell you about my journey in what I found with the people like me, the people that originally from the township. So my first neighbor is Makumalo. And Makumalo owns a property. She bought a house, and then in this house, she then built back rooms. It's a number of them. She gets quite lots of money. And with this money, supplementing her income from work, she has managed to take her kid to UJ, University of Johannesburg, to study chartered accountancy. Now, I speak to her now and then I ask her, Maki, how is business going? And then she said, no, Maki, now it's going well. We do get tenants, and then Then I ask her, Maki, when are you getting another property? Do you now have another property? Then says, Maki, I can't stand the trouble that tenants are giving me. I can't go on and get another property. Then I say, but Maki, you are now able to sustain yourself. You are able to sustain, you take your kids to school and all of that. And then she says, no, Maki, I just can't deal with tenants. You know how the mama, I just can't deal with tenants. Then I say, okay, Maki, that's fine. Now, with my neighbor, she believes that the money that she's got from the back rooms and work is adequate. She does not need any more trouble. But she doesn't realize the opportunity beyond just what he has, because now she has obtained the knowledge of property investing. Of course, it needs to be amplified a bit, but with the knowledge that she has, she can simply go and get more properties and more more money from that. And then the other story is a story of Ndade Mushe, who is my neighbor in a different township. So we meet with Maki. He's got his wife and children. Everybody is good. But a few years down the line, unfortunately, my neighbor's wife passes away. And before my neighbor's was passed away, I had talked to him about the same thing. And he said to me, hey, Maki, this is not necessary. And I don't believe that the banks will give me more money to buy more property. And I don't have money to invest. Then I tried to explain to him how the process works. Says, Maki, no. I don't understand these things and I'm not going to get involved. Say, okay, Maki, that's fine. But let's see how life goes. A few years down the line, the wife passes away. Now he's got his kids from the previous wife. Now, in terms of our culture, when you marry another wife, you need to go find a place for them, because the place where your late wife used to live is a place for your children. Now, this is the 10 of the story. I meet my neighbor one day. Then I ask him, Maki, I don't see you anymore here. Where do you live? He says, no, Maki. I managed to find myself a property in another extension. Maki, you said most you're not interested. No, Maki. The conditions, they pushed me to be able to buy another property. I had no choice but to buy another property. You see what's going on here? He first said he's not interested. The banks were not going to finance him. But when he was forced to go and find the money from the banks financed him. He bought another property where he lives with his now wife. And then he also told me that he was also planning to build rooms in that property. So sometimes conditions, circumstances push us to extend ourselves, push us to push our limit. But Umakelwane, even today, all he has is these 2 properties because he believes that this is all he needs. He's not thinking of the fact that now he's got 2 properties, he can extend and get even more properties. So I don't know about you, but let me ask you this question. Is survival enough for you? Do you believe that this is what God created us to do? Do you believe that God created us to run away from the challenges? Because you must remember that when you're expanding your business, it comes with more challenges. If you think you've got challenges now, but when you expand your business, more challenges are going to be coming to you. It is my belief that the aim of life is not to survive. The aim of life is to thrive. The aim of life is to cheat death. 3, 4, 5 generations down the line, they must know that you existed. I think it was Nelson Mandela who said, there is no passion to be found in playing small, living a life, rather settling for a life that is less than what you are capable of living. Now, the problem with playing small, mainly 2 problems. One of them is that you can leave your survival business to your children. When you die, that
looks like we've lost Ndumiso there. It might be a connectivity issue. Hopefully we can get him back shortly. But his presentation is just so eye-opening because there's so much stuff happening, and really the storytelling is what's critical here. So I hope we don't lose any of that. But we will get back onto Ndumiso as soon as we can. One of the things that I'd like to ask you to do as we wait for him to come back is to please put some questions into the question section for Ndumiso, because we want to try and give some questions to him so we can actually really tap into his knowledge base there. There is a lot of stuff that he's really giving us from a information perspective, and also a lot of food for thought, because a lot of us don't think ahead. And this is something that that is really important, because when you start a business, you don't want it to just, fizzle away if you're not involved. You have to be involved right from the beginning all the way through to the end. And hopefully this is the kind of thing that we can really sort of get our minds to. And I think that Ndumiso is making that point around how we plan for our future endeavors. As we wait for him to come back, I will also ask and remind you all to just keep participating with us in the chat function as well. I'm not sure if I'm hearing Ndumiso in the background there, but I'm waiting for him to message me to say that he's back online.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Ndumiso, I will keep quiet. You can go for it. I think your video might still be working, but please, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Apologies for the cut. So I was telling you about the 2 challenges with playing small. Number 1 is that you can take that business, you can give it to your children, so you can leave them a legacy. Secondly, it cannot stand competition. When the storms come, when COVID come, when competition come, that business falls flat. And for instance, with the taxis, that we can't stand competition, because once you have the survivalist business, then anyone who comes and encroaches on your way, you think they're taking over your business. So it is important that we think a bit bigger, more than our businesses. Now let's run our 3rd poll, which is, I want to know from you, how many of you have got plans to expand your businesses? How far do you want to grow your business? But these plans must have been written down. I want to know whether you have plans to double your income, whether you have plans to acquire more assets, whether you have plans to expand. If you own if you are like me, you are in the property business, do you have plans to buy more of those properties? And these plans must have been written down, not just plans that you've got in your head, because as they say, plans in your head are just, goals in your head are just wishes. I'm very happy with this, because 70% of you have got plans written down. This is very important. You've got plans that are written down. I shared with you a bit of my story about where I started with properties. I went to the township. In fact, I bought my very first property from a friend, and then I stayed in it. Then I realized that I copied this model from my neighbors, like I just spoke about them now. acquire another property, do the same thing. Also, in this property I was referred to by a friend, and I'm emphasizing this friend's referral, because I also want to talk to you a bit about networking. Now, as I'm acquiring these properties, I realized that there is a gap in what I'm doing. I don't really understand the business of properties. I am making a bit of money, but I'm wondering whether is there something more to this or not. But this also came about because a friend of mine introduced me to reading. He said to me, you need to read books so that you can expand your knowledge. And I did not expect this, but once I started reading books like the cash flow quadrants, Poor Dad, Rich Dad, my mind just exploded. My horizon just exploded. And I got exposed into worlds that I never really thought about. And this then led me into going further and pursuing the field of property investment. I started attending workshops, attending meetings, symposiums like you did today. And then there I met people that were into properties and I learned from them. But then I realized that, but our people that are like me are not being catered for in all of this. Because in our families, I don't know about you, but in my family, we never talk about business. We talk about anything else in the dinner table, but we never talked about how to make money and grow our wealth. Then this is where I started a platform. I call it a platform that's called Ekasi Properties. You can find us on Facebook. You can find us on Twitter. We also have WhatsApp groups where we keep a group of investors. But most importantly, what I then did, I set up what I call roundtables, where we as a property investment community from the township, we meet and we talk about property investment in general. But most of the time we have a speaker and expert in a specific subject. So for instance, if we're talking about buying and selling of properties, we get an expert to come and talk to us about that. If we talk about property development, we call a town planner to come and share with us in terms of how this whole process work of town planning. This we do it on Saturdays at 10 a.m. And this is important because most people like me, they work during the week and they only have time over the weekend. But you would know that for most Black people, the Saturdays afternoons are occupied by all kinds of things that we do. Also, the Saturdays mornings are occupied by other things that we do, like attending funerals and going to the exercising races if you are a runner like me. So 10 a.m., this was the time that we thought this is perfect for us. So we meet more often on Saturdays and we talk about properties. And then in this journey of investing into property, doing property development, even on a small scale, and growing this portfolio, I don't know whether you know this, but this is how Reposis was born. Reposis is a property company that is listed on the JSE. It is owned by a gentleman named Sisa Ngebulani. You can go Google this. Sisa used to work with his grandfather, selling building material, and he loved what he saw there, but he never really saw anything of it. A few years later, he went to studies. He opened up his real estate agent. Later, he started buying, renovating, and selling properties. And then a few years down the line, the Billion Group was born. And then later, today, Rebosis is listed in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. So never underestimate the power of starting small. Now, if we go just quickly to the second problem. So the first problem was we think survival is enough. The second problem is we don't take interest in what other people are doing. And the example that I'm giving you is the attendance in this workshop. I know I'm preaching to the converted because also the poll showed you that you guys know that you know of someone who owns more than 2 businesses. But the majority of us do not understand the power of networking. Now I'm talking to the 30%. I'm talking to the 30% that said they don't know of one person that owns more than 2 businesses. And I'm saying it's probably because you don't talk about business with your friends. You are not interested in what other people are doing, because if there is a spaza shop, you could simply talk to the owner. And the one thing that business people would like to talk about is about business. This is one of the reasons why I'm here today, because this is a business symposium, and I also want to talk about my business. The third thing, the third reason why you probably don't know this is probably your network is weak. Now, what is a network? A network is a group of people. They can be scattered all over the place, but these are people you know. These are people that if you need any help, they will come and rescue you. Dr. Sinoshe, who spoke earlier this morning, the chairperson of the South African, of the township project here in South Africa, he's got a network of farmers that supply him with vegetables and other products. If he runs out of oranges, he knows who to call and get the oranges delivered. I have a network of property investors, plumbers, electricians. In fact, because of me setting up this project, this platform called Ekasi Properties, most people that know me, they contact me if they need services. And then I can refer them to the people that I know. So that is a network. And your network needs to be strong. This is one of the reasons why I established Ekasi Properties, to have this network for people like me, people that are starting where I started. But there's also another organization that I joined because I knew that I would want, at one day I would want to share my story. I then went to an organization called Toastmasters International. In this organization, they sell you 2 things. They say to you, you're going to learn leadership skills, you're going to learn communication skills. But the one thing that is not talked about in Toastmasters, and the one jewel and gold, is the power of networking that you get from Toastmasters. We have now set up a club specifically for business people, for entrepreneurs, so that we continue to learn what Toastmasters is giving us: leadership skills, communication skills. But we must do this as we learn about businesses. So I'm here today inviting you to join us in Toastmasters. Probably wherever you are, there is a club next to where you are that you can go join. But I want to invite you to come to the Entrepreneurs Toastmasters, because this is where we get all the benefits of Toastmasters, but our emphasis is on business. How do we grow our business people? I have spoken to the Township Project, and they said they are ready to sponsor 1 or 2 people that will join Toastmasters, commit to it to finish the program of Toastmasters. So I'm inviting you to join Toastmasters, but more specifically, I'm inviting you to join the Entrepreneurs Toastmasters. It does not have to be the South African version of Entrepreneurs, because I know that even in other African countries, there are Entrepreneurs Club. This is where you will get the most of the benefits as an entrepreneur in Toastmasters. Now you can get in touch with me through, like I said, Facebook, Twitter, through Ekasi Properties, or you can contact me on WhatsApp. Now let me conclude my speech and say this to you. I grew up in a village, Kwamtwane. I was taught English in isiXhosa. I used to head cattle. But today, I'm speaking to you. I'm speaking to this astute and honorable audience. And this is through the benefits that I reaped in Toastmasters. Because after the world was opened to me by the books that I received, was not enough. Because like me, we all come here from humble families. We come from old houses. We come from small towns. We come with sad stories. We are not hustling because we want to impress others or to compete with others, but we just want to change the storyline and win the battles that our parents never won, because we understand that survival is not enough. Thank you, MC. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for lending me your ear. I hope you've learned 1 or 2 things from my speech. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Ndumiso. Don't go away, because we've got questions for you. I've asked people to also bring their questions forward, but I'm a greedy person and I want to ask you lots of questions myself, so I'm going to start first. I think there's some very interesting points that you raised there, specifically around giving yourself as much information as possible, and reading books is so important because the information that you get out of them is invaluable. In many cases, it's stuff that you can't necessarily get, from other sources. Being able to almost have the classroom in your house is really one of those things. So the first question I want to ask you is, what is on your reading list? What would you suggest? You mentioned a couple of books like Rich Dad, Poor Dad, but what would you suggest people read as they're starting their business journeys now? And does that reading have to specifically be from local authors? Can it be from a global perspective? Will that help people as they start their businesses at the moment?
So I read a story that was told, I think it was Brian Tracy, that one day Bill Gates, his father, and Warren Buffett were sitting somewhere in a restaurant. And this one gentleman came and then he asked them, "Gentlemen, you are the most wealthy people in the world. What would you say is the one thing that a business person should do, or any person should do, to accumulate the amount of wealth that you guys have?" And all 3 of them, they looked to each other and said, "Focus." Now, I'm coming to my reading list. Currently, I'm reading a book that is called The One Thing. The One Thing. This book, I think, is very critical, especially to anyone who is starting up, because it teaches you how to focus. There are many things that are happening all around us, but we have limited time. We can't do everything. So I think if you, for a start, go to focus, to buy the one thing, that's the one book. But the book that introduced me to business is the book by Robert Kiyosaki called The Cash Flow Quadrant. It's a book that comes from Rich Dad, Poor Dad, but this focuses on how to grow yourself as a business person. That's the second one. But for people like me and you, Black people, because we like fleshy things and nice things, I would say this is my very favorite book. I can't remember the authors now, but it's called The Next Door Millionaire, The Millionaire Next Door. That's the title of the book. So let me give you those three. The One Thing, The Cash Flow Quadrant, and The Millionaire Next Door. The Millionaire Next Door tells you that you don't have to flesh it out, your money. In fact, the people that are fleshing out their money, they probably don't have it. But it also teaches you how to avoid places where you might be tempted to flesh out your money.
Okay. And that, I think, is written by William D. Danko, The Millionaire Next Door, from 1998.
Yes.
Okay, I'm putting all of this on my reading list as well, Dumisa. So, you know, like I said, I'm greedy. I like all of this information. Now, one other question I wanted to ask you had to deal with networking, because I think that sometimes people hear the word networks and they don't know what that means. Is it just, you know, Amajita that you're, you know, spending time with? How do you view a network? Is it just the group of people that you hang around with? Do you have to look for people who are like-minded from a business perspective? And if they're not in the area that you're from, where do you find networks that can be beneficial for you?
So networking does not have, you don't have to limit it to a specific area, even to the industry that you are in. Open your network wide. Attend events like this, because you never know who you would meet. For instance, I did not know about Dr. Sinoshi. He's got Pick and Pay in Soshanguve. I have properties in Soshanguve. Maybe someone that I would want to talk to. You see, Dr. Sinoshi is in retail, I'm in real estate, but we need each other. So we might connect. So in terms of where you find networks, this is the very good point to start. Attend events like this, because you're gonna hear about people like me who talks about properties. Now, if you are in properties, I'm the one person that you want to have in your network. If you are in Toastmasters, there's people from everywhere there. That's one area where you can find people to connect with. So the best thing to find network is to be out there. Leave your corner. Be out there. Leave out the friends that you have. Don't go to the same events that they go to. Go to your own events and see what is it that you get from there, because you never know. But one thing, you won't get much information if you go to, okay, I'm generalizing now. You won't get too much valuable information if you go to the Busy Corner. I'm talking about Busy Corner in Midrand, where we have Tushisanyama, and then we sit and talk about everything else we drank and all of that. Look at events that you can find where people are talking about wealth, business, legacy, and all those kinds of things. Open your wealth, then your network is gonna grow.
Okay, I mean, I hear your point there. Though I must say, I'm not going to besmirch Busy Corner's name here. There's definitely, it's a good business, and I think people get a lot of enjoyment out of that. But I guess what you're saying is, if you're looking for valuable content and for, you know, a network that can grow you, it might not necessarily be in a space where you're letting loose and relaxing. So you, because you mentioned focus earlier, and I guess you want to be in a space where you are focused on the right things at the right time.
Yes. Yes. No. In BusyCon, actually, you can get good networks there. For starters, like I asked in my second question, for starters, when you get there, find out who's the manager there, find out who owns the BusyCon. Make that person your contact. Because I tell you, BusyCon has grown. There was one in Midrand, in Ebony Park. There's another one now on the other side of the freeway in Midrand. BusyCon is growing, and I know the lady is into other things. So that's the person that you want. But what I'm saying is, don't expect to go for a drink and then expect that you will then find a network. In fact, networking must also be very intentional. When you go to a networking event, know that you are there for networking, because then that's how you're gonna get the networks. That's how you're gonna be able to note that this is the people that I want to have in my networking list.
Okay, and surround yourself with people who are also trying to lift themselves, or who have lifted themselves from a place where you're not being sort of trapped in this sense of disappointment and not being able to move forward.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Ndumiso. I think that's as much of your time as we're going to be able to steal from you today, but we really appreciate all of your information and all of the knowledge that you've shared with us. And I see that some of the comments that have come through have been about people thanking you for the advice that you've given. So thank you so much for being part of this. I know that we've had our technical challenges, but it's been worthwhile. So thank you so much, Ndumiso.
Thank you, MC, and thanks, ladies and gentlemen. I also highly appreciate your time to be able to share my knowledge in the space. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. So as we go on to the rest of the schedule for the day, there's been a couple of things that have changed in terms of the way the schedule has run. We've had minor glitches with people's availability at the times they were that they were booked for, but now what we're going to do is try and move things a little bit earlier. So we do have the lunch break moving a lot closer, and which means that we're going to start our session after lunch a little bit earlier. So the post-lunch session will start at 12:15, as opposed to the scheduled time that was there before. So we'll have a break shortly, and then we'll start everything again at 12:15, 12:15, to make sure that everybody's back, and we'll have our presenter, Peti Masanyana, here to give you her presentation. She's just been delayed a little bit, and she'll tell us a little bit about that. But her presentation about FMCG opportunities in the townships will be really, really important. So don't go too far. Make sure you're back for that. We will be back at 12:15. And then to give you the answer for the poll question that we'd asked you earlier, because we don't want to just leave you hanging and give you these poll questions, and then you're like, well, what happened? Where's the answer for this thing? So the question itself, and I'm just trying to get to my document where I've got all of the answers, because I've got the cheat sheet here. So the question that we asked was, the agency of the Department of Trade and Industry in South Africa assisting the registration of companies is referred to as, and we gave you 4 options, and obviously the answer to that is the CIPC. So the answer to our poll question earlier was the CIPC. That's where you go and you register your companies, and that is in line with what Adrian was talking about, registering your business. So make sure you go to the CIPC to register your businesses, and you'll have all of the info from there. Now, Ndumiso mentioned that you need to be out there reading books. I will say something to you. I am an author. I've written a book as well. This is my book, Competitive Edge, and it's also about trying to, share knowledge with all of you as well. So there's always things that we can gain from the various walks of life that we come from, and within those spaces, we're able to then get that knowledge across to you, and we will be giving some of those books away as prizes as the day goes on. So we will take a break shortly. We will expect you to be back online for our presentations at 12:15. Enjoy your lunch, and we will see you then. Thank you so much. 12:15, don't be late.
Why, some say, why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? Why 35 years ago, fly the Atlantic? We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing. Not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are willing to perform, and one we are willing to make.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the session just after lunch. I hope that you've had a great break and you're ready for everything that's going to come our way shortly. We have got fantastic presentations. We've got so many people lined up for a really, really great session. And I think that what we're going to have from our next speaker is a presentation that really speaks to a lot of the challenges that many of us are facing, creating opportunities for businesses and townships. Before I introduce our speaker, I just would like to ask all of you, please, to make sure you put some questions in the chat for our speaker, and also to interact with us. Continue to interact. The interaction has been fantastic. We're really, really so happy to have seen all of the comments and questions coming up. And we have one more poll starting up now in this third session of the day. Now, this is not quite the third session, but it's this particular portion of the session. So what I will ask is for you to carry on just going through the polls. What I will ask is, the question is, what is this current informal sector's contribution to employment in South Africa? The question again, what is the current informal sector's contribution to employment in South Africa? There are 4 choices for this answer. One is 17%, one is 6%, one is 35%, and one is 2%. It's a multiple choice question. You'll see it in the polls section there. So make sure you interact with the polls as well. There are prizes to be won. Right, now, without further ado, let me give you the introduction to our next speaker. Now, our next speaker really is somebody who I've been looking forward to seeing in person from the moment that they were sort of introduced to us. This is Petty Masasanya, and Petty's bio really just reads like a who's who of things that have been done correctly by a business person, and if I'm being totally honest, makes me feel as if I might not necessarily be capable enough of introducing her correctly. So what I will do is I'll just steer clear of any of the unnecessary fluff and waffle and just hand over to Petty to talk to you about her presentation, Creating Opportunities for Businesses and Townships. Petty, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Cyrus. I'm very humbled by your introduction, albeit short. So I'll definitely be happy to introduce myself. So as you said, my name is Peteho Masasanya, and I go by the name Petty. And really, I'm here today because of my journey, pretty much from birth up until today. So I was born to two really amazing, hardworking township entrepreneurs who instilled a very high work ethic in us. I went on to study. I then was very fortunate to be able to get meaningful employment with really large businesses within South Africa that own substantial market share within the FMCG sector. I am, the typical story of started from the bottom, now we're here, where I joined in on a graduate program, a learnership, and moved on to the graduate program, and then became employed. I became a sales rep, moved on to become team leader, sales team leader, where I led a small team, led a bigger team where I became sales manager, went on to work within regional marketing, where we looked at various ways in which we can grow our business within different markets across the country. And then eventually I went into strategy. And my roles within strategy across these various businesses has been around strategy for township and rural markets. And my entire career really has led me here today, where I have been able to see really great businesses work within the township space, my family's business being one of those, but then shifting over from a family perspective into a corporate lens and seeing businesses do really well in a township setting. But we've also seen too many fail and not do as well and not thrive as much. And over the years, you've got to ask the question to say, what are the conditions that allow some to thrive and do well and create opportunities for others? And then what causes the others, to fail? And what are the pitfalls? What are the hurdles? And then, you're never really any good if you can ask a question but not provide a solution. So I have spent now the last 2 to 3 years in consulting, partly on my own, but in joint ventures with other organizations, where we've tried to develop solutions to these hurdles that we've seen these businesses go through, and have developed models and have piloted some to say, if we put these things in place, what is the outcome? And what we've seen is that the outcome can be quite great. So today I'm excited to be able to share all of those things with you and to bring you on board to say, listen, this is what we have going on. Come on board, do your bit in whatever section you are in the township economy, or whatever section you are in the country, and let's make South Africa a better South Africa for all of us. So let me get right into it. I know this is after lunch, so it's widely known as the graveyard shift. I'm hoping that I can bring a bit of energy and we can keep you engaged for the next 20-25 minutes. Great. So just 3 sections that I'll be taking you through today. So I'll be setting the scene just to give everybody an overview. I think it's information you know, so I'll rush quite through it in terms of what it is that the township economy represents for South Africa and why everybody is wanting to get in on this big market. So I'm going to set the scene a little bit. I'm going to talk to the barriers to success that I've certainly experienced in my 17 years within the space, as well as what opportunities have we made available that will allow and enable entrepreneurs within this space to be able to succeed a lot more often than not. So South Africa's population is estimated at 60 million plus, of which 57% or so live in township and rural areas. Most of these people living in this area are marked by extreme levels of poverty because of the high unemployment rate that we experience in South Africa. Now, 23 million of that population is estimated to be living in townships across South Africa alone, which means that it makes up 38% of the population. This excludes rural communities, and 60% of the unemployed working age population in the country, right? So although 60% of this population is living under 1,800 per month in terms of income, household income, collectively, just purely based on the numbers, this is a lucrative market for any business within South Africa, right? So that calculation, where we take the 23 million, 60% thereof at 1,800 income per month, we are looking at 25 billion monthly, right? That's spent towards food. So 80% of the spend is largely around food, and 10% on transport. So from those numbers that I've just shared, right, and they may vary depending on which research company you speak to, what we can agree on is that there's a massive opportunity of economic activity for entrepreneurs within this particular space, right? So townships have always been a hive for economic activity, but it's been driven largely by the same kind of sectors, right? So we've seen things like spaza shops do really well in the past, food stalls, hair salon, car washes, and shebeens. And this has largely been because of the low barriers to entry, as well as the minimum capital requirements. But what's encouraging is that what we've seen over the last 3 to 5 years is a new breed of entrepreneurs coming through, a new breed of young entrepreneurs coming through who are setting themselves up to dabble in other previously unrepresented sectors. So we're seeing a lot of accommodation businesses coming up, backyard accommodation, as well as conversions from houses into flat types of establishments. We're seeing a lot of laundromats coming up, I think, as a result of that accommodation setup, a lot of bakeries to address the affordable bread and food scarcity, as well as dwindling disposable income. And we've seen a lot of businesses boom in terms of youth entertainment, hubbly shops and that sort of thing, as well as service-related businesses. So what we've seen a lot of has been digital marketing and those marketing kind of service suites that are coming up. Really, what we're trying to say in short is that regardless of what sort of sector you're working in, whether you're in the old kind of main areas or into the more new ones, the point is that there is a lot of money that's in circulation within the townships, and our goal is how do we create an environment and an ecosystem where this money circulates within the township economy as many times as possible before it exits that environment. And I think after sharing all of that, I think we can all agree that a successful township ecosystem plays an important role in terms of growing the South African economy, where we can then start to speak about economic transformation, where we can get people meaningful in employment, and we can have social cohesion, and we can really speak to alleviating poverty and hunger in a way that makes a real difference sustainably. The next thing I'd like to talk to you about is the barriers to success. The reasons why we have seen a lot of businesses be unable to become successfully for long periods, right? So we know that in South Africa, 80% of small businesses don't make it past the first 2 years. And I'm sure we can all write a book in terms of what are the challenges that entrepreneurs face. What I have listed here for you guys, which will form a part of my discussion going forward, are the nine key areas of opportunity and hurdles that township entrepreneurs face that are more pronounced for them specifically. I mean, this is not to say that they don't exist for other entrepreneurs that are working outside of the township, but they're more pronounced for township entrepreneurs. And that's what we endeavored to address when we then started to develop initiatives that were going to solve, or at least attempt to solve, this problem. So we speak about a lack of access in terms of skills development. There's many initiatives that are playing out, but they're working very much in silo. We've got a lack of access to infrastructure, and by infrastructure, it could be anything, including a workspace, including a factory, if you need to manufacture something. So there's definitely a lack of, in terms of access to that kind of infrastructure. And then, something that's on our lips on a daily basis as entrepreneurs is access to capital. How do we access capital? You'll hear in the news, the government and SOEs and agencies putting together initiatives where huge amounts of money is apparently being thrown towards small businesses. But how do we capture those opportunities? How do we create the right kind of balance between lending as well as grant funding? And then access to meaningful enterprise development is a fourth one. And I'll discuss this in more detail a little bit later on. But when we speak about enterprise development, it's not meaningful if we're only talking about bringing informal businesses in to provide milk and coffee as well as paper. And we're not talking about the big ticket items that a private company would be spending or a government department would be spending. And that's the kind of meaningful enterprise development that we're speaking of, where we truly are becoming more inclusive, and we truly are changing the landscape in terms of participation when it comes to preferential procurement. Then there's the issue of access to markets, right? Which you could probably piggyback on the access to technology. I mean, I think if anything made it more pronounced, it was the invent of COVID, where things became a lot more online, and we saw those kind of markets coming out, the sort of channels to market at least coming out. But if you didn't have access to technology, then you were left out of that market for what was a good 18 months while you had to try pivot your business in a way that would make sense, in a way that would sustain your business. And then there's access to information. I think unless you know what it is that you're missing, then you don't know that you need to go get that information. And I think while lots of effort has been made in trying to get the message out, I think there's still a need in terms of spreading information, in terms of how do you access the funding, how do you stay abreast in terms of industry trends, how do you make sure that you're staying abreast of everything that's happening around your particular space? And information is key in order for you to make informed business decisions that are going to then drive longevity of your business. And this is something that we also realized as a barrier, and something that we tried to address in then the solution that we've come up with. And then there's compliance. And from a compliance perspective, we're speaking about bookkeeping, tax returns, your registration of business, bank accounts, and that kind of sort of like admin, if you like. But these are all the things that may come at a cost. If you're looking for a bookkeeper, that's going to cost you a pretty buck. But we need to have all of those things in place if we are then going to be able to put these entrepreneurs and these businesses in a position where they're able to then access all of these this box of goodies that we have available for them. So compliance is a big one. And a lot of government agencies will tell you, and a lot of private entities will tell you, a lot of venture capitalists will tell you that even if they have a desire and a real appetite to get in there, they're held back by the lack of compliance within this market. And so we believe if we can drive compliance, then we're definitely opening up a lot more doors in terms of access to funds and assistance, as it were. So this list isn't exhaustive, as I said, but it is definitely a more pronounced problem and hurdles that exist for township businesses. So now that we understood all of that, I mean, our task was, how do we help bring about the change that will allow people to overcome these hurdles? How do we create thriving businesses that then can become a gateway to skills development for unemployed youth, because they'll be getting employment? How do we then, enable them, once they are in employment, get access to certain types of trainings that will put them in a better place, and they may choose to, at a later stage, enter the formal market for employment, or then build their own businesses depending on which area their strengths lie. So this is from a barriers to success point of view. Next, I'm going to speak about the opportunities that we wanted to create and the approach that we took in speaking to these problems and providing then the necessary opportunities. And we realized that, I mean, I mentioned a little bit earlier, that you can't work in silos. You can't be a little old Petty working in her own little consultancy firm, wanting to see the kind of meaningful change that we need to see, to be able to see the right kind of impact in our communities and in our economy. And so we didn't want to encourage businesses to do business outside of their area that they had chosen to work within. So if you were a spaza shop owner, or if you were a Shabina, we wanted you to stay within that and do what you do, but do it better. And how can we assist you in doing it better? Is then, this is what I'm going to speak to. This is the solution. So I think when we look at the landscape within which township entrepreneurs function, we realize as there's three distinct areas that we need to then make meaningful impact for us to see more impactful change and more sustainable, long-lasting change. And the first thing that we discovered was that there's a need for community transformation. Right, and I'll speak to each of these three things in detail over the next 3 slides, but we needed to see community transformation where we created environments and a society where it was conducive and favorable for a small business to thrive within, for a small business to grow within. And so we then speak about community transformation in that way, where we uplift the community and we uplift society with basic things that I'll share with you on the next slide. The second thing that we needed to do in terms of our three-pronged approach was access to enterprise development interventions. So how do we help you become better at what it is that you do by providing you with then the tools and the skills and the funding and access that you absolutely need in order to become successful, minimum requirements, that is, and I'll share that again with you in more detail. And then lastly is access to funding, which doesn't need me to elaborate any further at this point. But what we were trying to do here is to create collaboration between public, private, as well as people. And in this initiative speaks to it very nicely, where we bring all of these three together and we create a win-win-win situation that will ultimately drive economic growth and talk to all of the things that we spoke about earlier around unemployment, poverty, and hunger. So the first thing that I mentioned was community transformation, and what I'm sharing here with you now is an initiative that South Africa Day is doing in picking up and in adopting a community and ultimately transforming all of South Africa. So South Africa Day is a non-profit organization, and they are choosing to transform communities across South Africa, one small community at a time. So it's almost like taking this massive elephant and creating it into bite-sized chunks, getting communities involved, getting public involved, as well as getting the private sector within those communities, or those that work with those communities, or private sector that employ those communities, to be able to chip in and create meaningful change for that particular community. So the first one that we're busy with is the We Love Alexandra Community Makeover Project, and there's three legs to this. We Love Alex project, but really the idea here is that we are going to allow private organizations as well as private individuals to adopt a block of Alex. There's an option to adopt a block, and there's an option to adopt a street. And the idea is that we create a working block. Right? So we clear out the pavement and we upgrade the pavement if necessary. We create really great boundary walls where there are boundary walls, and we have nice little fences. We put up lighting so that there's a sense of safety and security that the community can feel. And then we bring in some security measures. Now, this is done in collaboration with the community. So the Alexandra community has been consulted, and these are the areas that they have said that if these areas were upgraded within their community, it would give them a sense of pride. It would really make them feel like they are in a working environment. And then within each block, after making these sort of structural changes, I guess you could put it that way, we're then taking on everything on that block. So the schools in that block, we're going to adopt those schools. Sports fields within that block, we are adopting those sports fields, creating sports clubs where children can come after school and join a little soccer league or a soccer club or a netball league and that sort of thing, and really trying to create a safe environment where the community is working and services are being delivered, but the space within which they're living is a happy place and a place that's safe, a place where children can dream, a place where businesses can then thrive. So that's the first part. And then the second aspect of that is that we've set up a fund, an investment fund, which is the third leg that I spoke to you about when it comes to funding. But this investment fund is set up for social entrepreneurs who would like to further the work that we have started in collaboration with corporate SA, to say, we've done this upgrade, how do we maintain this? How do we get to keep a pact with the Alexandra community to keep this thing going? So there's funds that are available for social entrepreneurs within the Alexandra area and any other community going forward that we will be getting into, as well as funding for existing entrepreneurs who would like to grow their businesses, create employment, and just thrive, right? As well as kickstart funding. So if you are from that community, you have a really great idea, you've done the necessary, research, and you're sure of this, and you can provide us with the right kind of business plan, then there's a fund available to help you bring that dream to life. And that's what we mean when we say community transformation. So where the community of Alex is not feeling disenfranchised, where they're feeling that their needs are met and the community is working. So that's from a community transformation perspective. Then we move from community transformation, we talk about enterprise development initiatives. And this is something, the next step that we have, and we have this already, but it's not specifically only for Alexandra or only the townships that we are going into. So Alex is something that's on the go already, but up next we're going into Mamelodi and then into Katlehong. And within those communities, we will have those initiatives that I spoke about, Alex. But this particular enterprise development stands on its own as part of the three-legged approach, and it speaks to enterprise development in a meaningful way. So how do we help you do what you do, but do it better? So we come in and we give you a management tool, a piece of technology. That's a management tool that will allow you to manage your HR, your finances, and the like, as well as to allow you to collect some bookkeeping that are necessary for us to access funding and for us to enable you to grow your business. We then come in also with entrepreneurial education and training. So that's something that's quite lacking in South Africa. So we provide this, but it's not always formal. It's sometimes on the job, in terms of coaching, in terms of mentoring, and in terms of assisting with compliance while you're in your store. So we're helping you go about your business, but we're helping you to streamline your business and create capacity within your own time and within the time of your employees. And we're really creating a space for local entrepreneurs who have been slaves to their businesses in the townships, because you've got to be there 24/7 because you can't trust people. So we're giving you technology where you can now put in a management tool. We're giving you training and coaching to say, listen, here's an opportunity that lies for your particular business. Let's go after that opportunity. We help you do the costing. We help you do the business plan. And then we help you access the funds, be it grant funding or loans that will help you then achieve those growth potential that lies within your business. And then we assist you on a regular basis with industry information to speak to things that are happening in your particular sector so that you're never left behind, so that you always know what's going on, so that you kept abreast of trends, and you can then decide to make your business work and flex with your business as opportunities and as trends move within your particular industry. And then we share funding information, which I spoke to earlier. You don't know what funding is available unless you know. So we are in the know, and we help you become in the know. And then thirdly is an investment opportunity. So what we try to do here is something really special, where we tried to bring stokvels into the mix, circulating within the township economy. So we all understand the basic kind of stokvel model, where Petty and her friends will come together and they will contribute a certain amount every month, and it either goes towards purchasing of food or assets, or just sharing of cash at the end of the year to be able to have that kind of cash flow when you go home to visit family, or to just have money over Christmas. So what we're saying is that instead of Petty putting in 200 every single month, I'm taking out 2,400 at the end of the year. Now this money that is put together, right, by multiple stokvels, is then going to go into almost like a mutual bank kind of model, where we'll be lending to local entrepreneurs and allowing them to grow their business at an interest rate. That allows then the entrepreneurs to win, where they don't have to work through all the bureaucracy that exists with commercial funding institutions, but you're now borrowing from people that you know. And what we found in research that we've done is that entrepreneurs, well, local entrepreneurs, at least township entrepreneurs, are more likely to pay back Mamzodwa than they are to pay back a commercial bank. So we found that it's something that works, and we'd like to roll that out to be able to grow the stokvels investment, as well as to grow entrepreneurship in the country. And then all of these things will naturally lead us to allow you to access mainstream funding, which is then the next step, and we will assist you in that process should you require that. Then the one of the big organizations in the country is Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa, and they have a very interesting and impactful enterprise development initiative, and they carry it out in the area in which they work, which is the spaza space. But what they also do for spazas is allow South African spaza shops to be able to compete with foreign-run spaza shops, and they provide them with technology that enables them stock keeping, financial books, and that sort of thing. They help them with startup capital in starting up a second spaza shop, and they stand as surety where the capital or the startup capital has been obtained, as well as they offer business advice, which is done through their weekly sales call. So I put that up there to show you that there's so many opportunities that are out there, but unless you have the information or access to that information, you don't know what's out there, and so you don't know what to access. And so this is something that's available. That's something that really caught my attention, at least in terms of a big organization in South Africa doing really meaningful work for minimum returns on their behalf, but really doing work to uplift their customers and to grow their customers' businesses. Then the third leg of my three-pronged approach was around the investment fund. There was a need to develop the fund, right, because we need access to funding, but we also needed to have a localized fund where it would be presided over by people who understood the local nuances of that particular community. And the fund is really aimed at providing existing businesses, and recently now we're establishing for startups with capital to help them grow their businesses in an attempt to circulate financial resources, but also to create jobs and improve the job quality. Because once your business starts to grow, once your business starts to become compliant, and we have a good flow of money and your cash flow is managed properly, then you start giving people quality of work. And that's really what we're trying to do, where our youth don't see employment in the township as like a stepping stone, where they can see employment in the township as a proper career, because SMMEs are the engine of which employment is going to come. And so we also need to change that kind of perception also with our youth, that it's not something you do while you're looking for perhaps a call center job or any other kind of employment. So that's really what the fund does. And I think in closing, I would implore for you to get in touch, whether you're a business that's looking to get this kind of help. Let's have a conversation. Let's see how we can help you. Or whether you are an individual that is, doing some good work in your own little, part of the world. How do we work together to collaborate to create more meaningful, impactful change, so that we can grow South Africa and help current entrepreneurs overcome their hurdles and make sure that we drive economic participation of all South Africans. And I think it's up to all of us to make this happen. So I'm putting the challenge out to you to say, what change are you going to make? Thank you.
Betty, thank you so much. This presentation is really so great because it offers so much food for thought, and there's some questions that have come through that. But what I'd like to do is just say, we'll move the questions to you into the question and answer period after Adrian's presentation. If you can please stick around for that, and then we will be able to address those through to you as well. But thank you so much for a great presentation. I knew I was waiting and looking forward to it for a reason, and we've seen that reason so far. Now, for everybody who had seen some of the presentations earlier, we had Adrian van Niekerk on board, and he was really great in terms of talking about registering a business. Now he's going to be talking about the legal matters for your business. And this is something that I think we already started touching on because there's a lot of questions that came up after the registration process. I won't go too much into Adrian's introduction, other than to say that he is at McRoberts Attorneys. He does know his stuff, and he really is always available to give you the best possible information. So, Adrian, I'm going to hand over to you.
Thank you, Cyrus. Thanks for the opportunity to address you again today. I'm going to share my screen. Can you please just confirm that you can see that presentation?
Yes.
Fantastic. All right. So, yes, we did start talking about a couple of these issues. I mean, when you talk about legal guidance for SMEs, it is really a vast topic that I can surely not cover in a day. But I'm going to raise a couple of things. At McRobert, we are involved with companies and SMEs on a full-time basis, and specifically startups and smaller companies. We've realized a number of typical mistakes that you can see are repeated by many of them. We spoke about business structures earlier, So often a company would have started out with the incorrect business structure. You often don't have all your agreements in writing for good reasons. We're going to discuss that more extensively. Employment agreements fall under the same topic. You don't protect your IP. You don't protect your ideas and your trade secrets. So the difference, what I mean is, when you approach a financier, you explain to him the fantastic ideas that you have for the company that you've built up and how you've been doing it, and without a non-disclosure or a confidentiality agreement in place. And then he simply uses and duplicates that idea without you going forward. And then obviously bad debts. If we were in a large presentation hall where I could see you, I would have asked you to put up your hand, and I'm sure I would have seen many hands when it comes to bad debts. Why do you make these mistakes? We mentioned earlier, legal services are expensive. It's definitely not at the top of your priority list when you're starting out a business, and even later in the business, there's always something that seems to be more pressing in regard to buying more stock, improving your operations, fixing your delivery vehicles, appointing staff, etc. And as long as everything is still working and going well, legal costs is a grudge purchase, and you definitely want to avoid that as far as you can. Also, when we are doing transactions, two people want to work together, they're excited to work together, they don't believe that there will ever be any dispute as to what they are trying to achieve. They simply don't think it's necessary to record their agreement in writing. Maybe even you might even be afraid that you offend the other party when you say, let's get everything in writing. And then, of course, sometimes we just don't know. We often say attorneys and any business people are quick, sure, and wrong. You think you're happy that you're going to do the right thing, and you're basically just wrong. And then, of course, you don't know who to contact. You're not connected to an attorney. You've heard many names, but who do you trust? It's like a doctor. You don't ask anybody to deal with your health issues. So why would you ask just anybody to deal with your legal issues? You need to trust the person, and for that, the trust needs to build, or you need a good referral. Often, the clients simply just don't know anybody. So let's look at contracts. I've mentioned in our discussion earlier that a proper contract, proper written agreement is essential to avoid disputes, to limit your problems as far as it arise from transactions. And once you have that in place, you will probably realize that you have less disputes. What is a contract? It is a written document to confirm the agreement between two parties. It is essential that there must be an offer of something. I will sell you my car. And there is an acceptance. You accept to buy my car. In that contract, there must be certain essential terms at least to embody the agreement. So I must tell you there is a car and there must be a price. The car must be identified or identifiable at least. And sometimes you get formalities. We're going to talk a bit more about formalities later. But if in certain contracts there are prescribed formalities, and if you do not comply with that, that contract might be invalid. So the offer and acceptance is extremely important. I cannot tell you that I'm going to sell you my car and then try and enforce that in a court of law. Now, that's a simple example. It quickly gets much more complicated. If I tell you I'm going to sell you my car at 10,000 Rand, and you say, well, I'm prepared to buy it at 9,000, then the counter offer must be accepted by me again. And so it goes in any negotiation. Usually an offer can be withdrawn. There's some peculiarities and even formalities with regard to the manner and the timing of the acceptance. And then usually you can agree on any terms. So I can agree on terms that may even be prejudicial to me. There's a famous observation by a judge in the High Court from long ago. He says, business people do not always make business-like decisions. So he's going to enforce the agreement unless it is unlawful or against the public interest. But if you say, listen, I'll I'll sell you my car, which is worth $1 million. It's a collector's piece, but I'll sell it to you for 10,000 rand because I need 10,000 rand immediately. You can do that. You can contract to your disadvantage, and that will be enforceable. Essential terms, that will differ from contract to contract, but without the essential terms, you cannot really say that you've had a meeting of minds. You know, the offer and acceptance leads to a meeting of minds. You can't say you've had a meeting of minds that constitutes an agreement if the essential terms are not agreed upon. If I say, I'm going to sell you my car, and you have the red car in mind, and I'm actually trying to deliver the blue car, then we obviously didn't have a meeting of minds on the specifics of the car, and that would be difficult for me to enforce. The price is important. It doesn't always need to mean that these things need to be confirmed explicitly, but they need to be either determined or determinable. So it says whatever the valuer decides my car is worth, that is the price that you pay. And you say, yes, you agree, you buy my car at that value. It's determinable. It will be determined later, but there can't be a dispute as to what that is. In something like a lease agreement, obviously the property needs to be described, the amount needs to be described, and so on. In some contracts, like a service agreement, the identity of the parties are essential terms. If I sell you my car, I don't really care who you are. It's the car and the price that's relevant. If I'm appointing you to come and work for me, I'm appointing you. I'm not appointing your sister or your cousin, so you can't send somebody in your place. So the essential term there is the person. Then the rule is that the more specifics you include in your agreement, the lower the chances of the dispute. So for instance, I'm going to sell you my car, you're going to pay me 10,000 rand. You pay me the 10,000 rand, a week later, I still haven't delivered the car, and then we start moving into an area of dispute. If we did say, I'm going to sell you my car, you're going to pay me 10,000 rand, I'm going to give you my car the day after you've paid the money into my bank account, then there's clarity and we avoid disputes. As far as formalities are concerned, I mentioned some agreements need to be in writing. Those are most importantly agreements for the sale and purchase of land or immovable property. Franchise agreements, many of you will venture into the franchise areas. Those must be in writing, and there are a lot of formalities applicable to franchise agreements, so you need to contact a franchise expert. One of my colleagues or specialize in franchises to make sure that your contract is compliant. Sureties. It's not good enough for you to simply get somebody to confirm verbally that he will be bound by as a surety to his company's debts. You need that in writing. Certain credits agreements, certain employment agreement, and your will. You can write your will, but if it's not properly signed and signed by 2 witnesses, etc., then that will not be valid. So make sure that also when you do a will, and I hope you all have a will in place, because that is very important, not a discussion for today, but be sure to have that in place. These agreements, if they're not in writing, they are simply not something that you can enforce. For instance, if you buy a piece of land and there is an extensive record of the agreement between the parties, SMSs or emails exchanged, minutes of meetings and so on, that's not going to be sufficient. Even if you've paid, then you will not be able to enforce that agreement if it's not in writing. So then why do we have all of the other agreements, like selling a car or a lease agreement, all of that? Why do we have that in writing if it's not required? It's simply because it's easier to prove the terms that were agreed upon if it is in writing. If it's not in writing, it is, no, but I said it's going to be a blue car. And you say, no, you said it's going to be a red car. How do we know? If it's in writing and it says a blue car, you can say, no, sorry, I had the red car in mind. Can we please change that? Then we avoid that dispute. Or the transaction stops there, but at least there's no problems then. That is the big thing. just want to get back. I forgot to mention something at the offer and acceptance. So just to illustrate how important this is, there was an interesting case, probably in the 60s, where there was a bank robbery. And in desperation, the police published an advert in the newspaper and said, if anybody has useful information, there is a reward if you can provide us with information that will lead to an arrest. Mr. A decided, he had information. He didn't see the ad. He's just a good citizen. He had some information and decided he's going to take this information to the police. Takes it to them. The information does indeed lead to an arrest, and the police offers the award to him. He says, oh, he didn't know there was a reward, an award for the information he gave. And they said, oh, in that case, then you're not entitled to it, and we were withdrawing it. So he took them to court. He said, I gave you information. You said if somebody can give you information that will lead to an arrest, that you will pay them something. I'm insisting that you pay me because I did what you said. And the court found that he's not entitled to that reward because he didn't act in response to an offer. There was an offer, but he didn't know about it. He simply went to the police for being a good citizen. But there must be an offer, and then he must accept that offer in order for an agreement to come to play. So that sounds a little bit cringeworthy, but if you want to apply and keep the law straight and narrow, then that is the rule. Okay. So I think this point deserves some repeating. It's important to get your agreements in writing because it creates certainty as to exactly what was said. Now, because legal services is expensive, if you really can't afford it, I would be prepared to settle for a position where you write an email to the other party and say, listen, we just spoke. We agreed that you will buy my car for 10,000 Rand. It is the red car. I will deliver it to you. You will pay me within 5 days. I'll deliver it to you the day after I receive the funds. Then I promise there's no defects to the car except that the window is cracked, and so on and so on. Record all of that in writing. If the other party does not come back and say, no, you completely misinterpreted our conversation, I don't agree, then you know, and you avoid disputes later on when it's a problem. Or he might even reply to say, I agree, then you know, excuse me, then you know, everything is fine and you can proceed. Even if he doesn't reply and you know he saw it and he didn't say anything, that still helps to show that, I told you explicitly what I understood the transaction to entail, and you didn't tell me that I'm wrong, but you still proceeded with the transaction. So that puts the onus on him to show why those terms shouldn't be enforced. So cover yourself, get it in writing. It avoids disputes because it creates certainty as to what was discussed, and put as much detail as you can to make sure there's no misunderstandings. So once you have an agreement, that agreement can either be terminated by agreement between the parties. We said that you will work for me for a year, or I'll lease your property for a year, but things changed. Would you mind if we cancelled earlier? Yes, I don't mind. Fine, we cancel. Again, get that in writing. The agreement can be for a fixed term, that you will work for me for 6 months. After the 6 months terminate, that agreement terminates automatically. And then, of course, if there is a breach, you will usually have to send a demand. If your agreement does not provide for that procedure, then the normal process is that you will send a demand and say, I require you to remedy the breach within a reasonable time. And if you don't, I will cancel. You wait a couple of days that you've afforded the other party, and then you can cancel on account of breach. You don't always need to cancel. If there is a breach, you can also claim specific performance. It's simply to enforce the agreement, to say you didn't deliver the car. I still want the car. I don't want to cancel, so I seek a court order that you deliver the car to me. And there can even be damages. I told you that I need the car for certain deliveries. If you don't deliver it to me timeously, I'm going to forfeit the contract. I'm going to lose a lot of money. Now, that's something that you will have to put into your agreement to say the delivery date is 1 June. If you do not deliver on 1 June, there's going to be damages. So it's very important. So the delivery date is an essential term of this, or a material term of this agreement. And then if there's a breach, then he knew. If he's going to breach, there's going to be damages. Something that often happens when parties don't really, when the agreement doesn't really work as the parties thought it would, is that the one party would say is that I'll never perform in terms of the agreement. Now, what it is, it's actually a repudiation. It's a clear indication that you do not intend to be bound by the agreement. Now, the other party can then either accept your repudiation, then the agreement is cancelled, or reject it, and then the agreement is maintained. So why you don't want to do that is if you are the cause of the termination, then damages can be sought against you. So be careful. Don't be abrupt and say this agreement is not applicable anymore. You have to follow proper procedure. Get to a point where you can say, I did demand that you perform in terms of our agreement. You didn't, and now I'm entitled to cancel. Then you avoid a place where you're actually responsible for the cancellation, and where damages or something can, or other consequences of the cancellation can come to you. Secondly, I want to talk about bad debts quickly, because I think it's an area of improvement for most companies, simply by following a couple of easy steps. Of course, we have to avoid bad debts. But then if it happens, we have to have a system to ensure payment and also security to cover those debts if the person that is primarily liable for some reason cannot pay. So to avoid the bad debt, I've said this, and now I'm going to say it quite a number of times. You have to have a proper agreement in place. With a proper agreement, the disputes are fewer. The chances of disputes occurring is lower, and if it does, the chances of successfully succeeding in a court case to enforce that agreement or the payment is significantly easier, a significant better chance of success. It's unfortunately a reality that even if you have a written agreement for a relatively small contract, it will be difficult to justify the costs of legal action to enforce that. But nonetheless, if you don't have it, then you don't even have the opportunity to consider it, or the cost is potentially going to be a lot higher, and the chances of you simply walking away will be greater. If you have an agreement, even if it's for a small contract, you can at least start a legal process to see if it bears any fruit. It's just a lower risk to start litigation with a written agreement than it is with an oral agreement. So cover yourself in that regard, first of all. Second, if you can, do cash on delivery, don't give credit. If you are going to give credit, make sure there's a proper agreement in place, and make sure you have a surety or some other form of security in place for that debt. I am risking sounding like repeating myself too many times, but if you want to ensure payment, a proper agreement must be in place. Now, this doesn't need to, I've said this before, it doesn't need to be a 10-page or a 50-page contract. You can have, if you're in retail or some sort of a repetitious business, then you can have standard terms and conditions. Have it drafted, set out the steps that's going to apply, procedures for collecting and so on. Then you have it in place. Those standard terms and conditions are completely enforceable, especially if you've had it signed. Then they can't deny that it's applicable and that it was known to them. We want to hold security, especially personal securities. Companies that give you security doesn't always, unless you know there's substance in the company. Regular follow-ups, the squeaky wheel gets the oil. That's the rule. If he's not paying you, he's not paying a lot of people, and he's paying the one that is making the most noise. So make sure you don't leave your debtor. The situation might get worse. His chances of paying might get slimmer. Be on them from, give them 5 days to pay an invoice. Make sure you follow up regularly. Be the squeaky wheel, and increases your chances of collecting that debt. It's a good idea to charge interest on arrears. It's not necessary for you to register in terms of the National Credit Act if you are going to charge interest on arrear accounts. It's called incidental credits. There is certain procedures. It's very simple and straightforward. If you want to collect that, if you're going to court on that with that debt, but you don't need to be registered as a credit provider in order to do that. But what that does, it makes the problem bigger, and it incentivizes your debtor to pay earlier rather than later. And if you realize that this person is actually playing games, get legal action sooner rather than later. It does still fortunately have some success to send a lawyer's letter, and it shows your intent, and we can advise you on alternatives as well to make sure that you get paid earlier. As far as security is concerned, there are a couple of options. Personal surety is usually the best because the person cannot run away, although they do, and it's sometimes difficult to find them. But at least that person, he will feel it on his own body. I mentioned in the previous talk that the debts of the company is removed from the shareholders and mostly from the directors as well, and it gives protection to the owners. Therefore, it's a good idea to use the company. Now, that's a very well-known fact, and therefore usually companies or your suppliers and so will require some sort of security to bridge that gap and to get to the person who's dealing with the transaction and who's managing the company again. A cession of book debts basically mean that you are entitled to collect from your client's debtors in case he defaults. Good idea for this is if you're a subcontractor. Let's say your employer has a contract with the department, then you take cession of his claim against the department, and you inform. It's very important. You inform the department and say, "I've taken cession of the contractor's claim against the department." So when the department wants to pay this account, it should not pay the contractor. It must pay me directly. Now, this is not always very popular because it doesn't put the contractor in a good light with the department, or in this example, but it does give you a lot extra security because you can imagine the moment that contractor gets paid from the department, the money flows in 10 different directions and not to you, and then it's gone. A pledge, that's an asset, can be stored with you. You can keep it for a while. The debt remains outstanding. If you can find somebody that still has a checkbook, it's a very good security to have a post-dated check. Let's say you say, write me a check for the 10,000 Rand for my car, but I won't cash it before the 1st of June. When you do go to the bank and try to cash the check and it bounces, that check creates an extremely easy platform for you to take judgment against the other party. It's basically irrefutable by him. He cannot oppose that application for judgment. So it's unfortunately fallen away to a large extent, but that was a good idea. And sometimes businesses still have checks. A notarial bond, you can register a notarial bond over movable properties. I'm not usually in favor of this because it's a very onerous process to get it done properly and expensive. But if you have a large transaction and your client has a lot of movable assets that it's not moved frequently, and then it could be sensible to do that. And obviously a mortgage bond. If your client has immovable property and it's a large debt, this is more expensive, both the notarial bond and the mortgage bond. It's more expensive because it has to be registered. But if they have immovable property, that is your best form of security that you can get because it's registered in the deeds office. That property cannot be sold if you are not settled. And it's exactly like the banks, and that's why they why they prefer that in all instances where a home loan or other type of mortgage is involved. It's unfortunately only justified with larger debts. I mentioned briefly in the previous talk that we have created an online platform, call it SME Legal. It's a platform where SMEs can get access to a large number of documents and contracts. We have shareholders agreements, employment agreements, your workplace policies, acknowledgement of debt, non-disclosure agreements, just to name a few. And there's a personal will for you to make sure that your personal affairs are in order as well. It works on an annual subscription basis. So once you are a member of SME Legal, you can access those resources unlimited for the year. And we are happy to allow a discount for the attendees to this symposium. So there's a code there, TSB 2022. Then you will receive a 30% discount. The website is smelegal.macrobert.co.za. And you can find more information there. Thank you, Cyrus. I'm done.
Thank you, Adrian. We'll go straight into the question and answer period so we can get people's thoughts. There were some questions that were offered earlier. Thank you so much for the presentation. There's so much that comes up in these things, and you keep thinking, oh man, do I have enough legal cover? Am I really being, doing the right thing? And then, you're often always thinking, nope, I'm definitely not. But we'll get to your questions just now. I'd like to always be the gentleman in these kinds of situations and allow the lady to go first. So if you don't mind, if Petty can answer the question. And the first one was actually from Patricia, who had asked about help in Pretoria, not just in Mamelodi. Petty, do you have a response to that question?
Yes. So Patricia, Mamelodi is one township that we have up next in line, and we're busy working on that. And I think the plan ultimately for SA Day is to reach all the townships in South Africa, but we also work based on funding that we get from corporates, and certain corporates may say we would like to start in this particular area, or this is where we'd like to put our investment in. So we're also guided by that in terms of what's available and where investors would like to set their investment. But the plan is to go across South Africa, so we will get to all of Pretoria. Okay.
That's excellent news, because I think most people want to know, are they able to get some sort of assistance? The fact that, there are plans to broaden it more than just, into the space that it's in is really, really fantastic. I will ask the other questions to Adrian. So if you do have to take leave very shortly, we will see you later, because you do have a session later this afternoon. So thank you so much, Petty, and we hope to hear more of your brilliance later. Adrian, now over to your brilliance. So one of the other questions that we had to do with, and it was actually a really interesting question, because it was from Oratilwe, who said, how can I remove myself from a company that I opened at a young age with people who I'm not in communication with at all? And Oratilwe says, I don't even remember with whom I registered the business. So how do you remove yourself from a company that you started with people much earlier in your life?
Because there's a couple of scenarios there. If you're a member of a CC, if it was long ago, it's possible it was still a CC. Or if you were appointed as a director of a PTY Limited or a non-profit company director, that's easy. You simply resign and you contact CIPC, fill in the form, give them a letter of resignation, and so on. They remove you. If you're a shareholder, in as much as the shares, as I mentioned earlier, is an asset in your estate, and you can sell it and deal with it as you wish, you cannot simply get rid of it. Now you can transfer it back to the company, and I think if it's really required, it's an interesting question, but I think you can simply transfer it back to the company. That should be possible. So it depends. Is the question on the directors level, or is it on the shareholders level? Directors is easy. Shareholders might be a little bit more complicated, but I don't think it should be a problem.
Okay, that's interesting. I think with these kinds of questions, one of the things that always comes up is, how do I get myself out of a sticky situation? And do you need to have all of that information at your fingertips, or is it better to just look for the right legal counsel?
Yeah, there's always so many factors at play in a difficult situation, and I think it's always good to seek legal counsel and say, this is the history, this is where I am now. It might be a quick answer, and then at least you're on the right track, or it could be more complicated, and then it's important that you're with an attorney who knows what they're doing to navigate you through that. But it's you always get the call to say, I've got a simple question. It's just this and this, and then you start unpacking it, and you realize that it's not that simple. We have a way of complicating things, unfortunately, but often unfortunately it's necessary to really get to the gist of the dispute and to address it properly.
Okay, so we had a question earlier from Zama, and Zama then added to that question. The question had been about what is the procedure to exit a shareholder who circumvented the company rules, and you sort of addressed that. But when you talked about buying out people as a shareholder, would that be from the date of the dispute? Is there sort of a timeline as to when that needs to be sort of done by?
So that will be done in negotiation, if possible. Probably it will take effect from the date when the agreement is concluded. It's not impossible to say, well, I'm actually buying you out retrospectively because there were certain profits and I don't want to share those profits with you in the meantime. So I'm buying you out as if it was done 6 months ago, but that's all negotiation. If you fail with the negotiation, you need to go to court to see but you can only go to court if you have an agreement or something that gives you that right. Or Section 163 of the Companies Act says any shareholder or interested party in a company can approach the court for relief from some conduct that is prejudicial to it. So if you can show this shareholder of co-shareholder is causing great problems for the company. We've got a good company, but he needs to get out. Otherwise, we're eventually going to end up in liquidation. The court can order. The court has very wide discretions, and one of the things that they can certainly order is an exchange of shares. So you can say, please order that we appoint an independent auditor to value the shares, and then order that he has to sell his shares to me at that valuation, for instance.
Okay. There's another question here from Patricia, and I hope I get it to you correctly. So, is it necessary to submit or discuss your staff employment contracts with your lawyer, or do you only have to wait until there's a problem if needed? Because I'm assuming if you're drawing up staff contracts, these would be generally legal documents that would have to go through either your HR or you've drawn them up with a lawyer specifically. But is it important for you to have that kind of stuff with your lawyer before anything is sort of goes awry?
Yeah. To a large extent, employment agreements can be fairly standard. So, if you have a proper agreement and this is a proper agreement, don't Google employment contracts and download the first one that's free. We've had clients with employment agreements that were actually drafted for the United States, and their employment laws are vastly different from ours. On the SME legal platform, we have employment contracts, and that will be suitable and suitable for most instances. But if you have a little bit more complicated situation with your employee, get an attorney, consult them, and maybe take the standard and ask them just to adjust that to reduce the costs. But definitely, if the agreement was drafted by an attorney and applicable and properly made applicable to your situation, that's preferred way above dealing with it when there's a problem. Then we need to fix it.
Okay, I guess in essence, so any of my downloaded Google Docs, I should really just think twice about, because they not necessarily have all of the right legal standing in a South African context.
Yeah, even if it is a South African document, I would just be careful with that. It's obviously nice to get an agreement for free, but you might be buying a problem.
Okay, or rather downloading one. And I think possibly the last question here might be something that I'm really interested to find out, and that you spoke about looking to get monies out of debtors, and I think there's a lot of people who have been working currently in a very difficult environment where people have put 30-day and in some cases 60-day terms on contracts and work and payment for work. So when people then are late on the agreements themselves, what are the processes that you can actually follow in order to get the payments out of them? After having gone through some of the stuff that you suggested with regards to you've got an agreement in place up front, you've handled all of that as far as you are able to, but then payment is still late. Do you then hand this over to lawyers directly? Is it hiring some heavies to go and stand outside an office block somewhere? What are the processes that people should be able to follow?
I cannot give any comment on your last option. It is open to people to consider. As far as I can help, like I said, the sooner you get that debt handed over so that we can start taking action, the better. Now, there's a relationship between you and that client, so it's not something that you can immediately just throw over. It might be frowned upon, and you need to be sensitive to that. So first, take a couple of steps internal. Have an internal debt collection policy to say, on 5, I send the invoice on day 1. On day 2, I call and make sure they received it. On day 5, I call and ask why they didn't pay yet. On day 10, I follow up with a formal email. On day 20, have that set out. It might be a little bit onerous, but by the time you get to day 30, obviously if your payment terms are 30 days, then you can't start making demands before that. So then your first question is day 31 or day 25. You say, please remember, this invoice is due by the 30th. So please make sure that you make payment. Day 31, you didn't pay. Please make sure that it's paid quickly enough, and so on. So I have some internal correspondence, and use the relationship to try and get payment first, and then your only option, if that doesn't work, is to go to an attorney. So we can issue summons. Like I said earlier, it's unfortunate that the legal process is onerous, it's expensive, and it's very slow. So it's not like you're going to walk into my office, give me the statement and say collect it, and tomorrow I pay the outstanding balance over to you. It's painful because it's not right. People are not paying their accounts. They should be paying their accounts. They've received the benefit from you. These are stories, these are emotions that we see every day. And then if it's a 50,000 Rand account, that's a lot of money. And I'll probably tell you to walk away and go and spend your energy on something more worthwhile and build your business. That's not good. It's good advice. It's not satisfactory advice to give or to receive. So we'll try a little bit, maybe do a letter which is not expensive, maybe issue the summons if we think it's worth the costs and so on. But if that doesn't work, or if they defend it, once it's defended, then it becomes very expensive. So we'll maybe issue the summons, see if they don't defend it, if we can take judgment. But a lot of in many of these cases, the debtors simply don't have assets. So that's why the sooner you start taking action, the sooner you can start going and collecting assets before they completely dissolve their company and there's nothing left for you to go after. Okay. But yeah, options are limited and it's a very frustrating process. That's why it's important to have a proper procedure, have an agreement in place, and try and avoid it. That's your first prize.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for the information, Adrian. And your presentations today have really been so enlightening and given us so much to really think about, and also a lot of solutions, because in essence, maybe I will steer clear of the heavies waiting outside some first and rather go and employ an attorney to try and sort out my issues. But thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you, Cyrus. Have a good day.
You too.
Bye.
All right, everybody. So we will be going straight into a break after this, but I just want to give you a little bit more information about our competitions that we've been running. We have had quite a bit of interaction, and I think there's some people who are looking at the chat thinking their chances of winning prizes are pretty sky high because they are consistently interacting with us. And if you are one of those people who wants to try and also put their name in the hat in order to win something, then make sure you interact with us. The chat box is open. We've seen some really great interaction in there. And also ask questions. We are looking at how often people are asking questions, how often they're also answering stuff in the polls. And with the poll questions, we'll also be announcing the winners of the people who've answered those polls first thing tomorrow morning. So every single one of the polls that have been asked today, if you've answered any of the questions, you might be in the running to win a prize, and we'll announce that prize first thing in the morning. But to refresh your memory around what you're actually trying to win, from a prize perspective, we've got some really, really great prizes. We spoke about the Dragon's Den prize, which is valued at 50,000 Rand. You've got the best response to COVID-19, that's valued at 15,000 Rand. The most innovative business idea, which is also 15,000 Rand, and best business growth prize, which is worth 15,000 Rand. Those are some of the bigger ticket prizes. Then we also have the PR coaching for 3 months. That's valued at 6,000 Rand from Shantui PR. We've got the magazine ad design, full page advertorial, social media and business feature. That's valued at 5,200 Rand from hashtag MyPeli Magazine. That's hashtag MyPeli Magazine. And we've also got the spa package, which is valued at 850 Rand. From Missouri Day Spa in Rustenburg. There's the prize for 500 Rand it's a beauty treatment from Seller Beauty Bar in Johannesburg. And there are also books to be won that will be given away throughout the course of the sessions. And we'll probably have that prize giving tomorrow. But we will be keeping you up to date as to what's happening. So make sure you interact with us. There is a poll that's currently on, and I will ask you the question again. What is the current informal sector's contribution to employment in South Africa? There are 4 options. If you look in the poll itself, you'll see the 4 options there. You just have to click one of them. The options available to you are 17%, or 6%, or 35%, or 2%. Any one of those could be the right answer. I'll give you the answer for that later on today. We're going to go into a comfort break now. And the comfort break is really just to stretch your legs, make sure you reinvigorate the mind. Maybe you want a cup of coffee. We'll break from now until, let's call it 10 to 2. So that'll be 1:50, 10 to 2. That's when we'll continue, and we'll have a great presentation on township and rural automotive skills development from Dr. Boshamane. That's coming up. It's been a new addition to the schedule for the day, and I think that's going to be a really worthwhile presentation. So please make sure you're back online. We will be starting at 10 to 2. We'll see you then. Thank you. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the session. I hope everybody enjoyed their comfort break. We are getting back into it. We've had some great speakers so far. Today's been a really fantastic day worth of so much value when you listen to all of the presentations that have been given to us. There's so much to take from it. I see that the comments have been very grateful in terms of the amount of stuff that has been shared to people and that we've been able to make a lot of sense of and make a lot of use of too. I want to remind everybody we do have the polls that are open at the moment, and we also have our next speaker lined up who will be online very shortly. This is our final sort of session of the day. And it's actually really one of those really intriguing ones, because when you think about just how quickly things move, you start to wonder, okay, goodness, how did we get here? We're almost at the end of the day session, and everything's been fantastic so far. So just to remind you of what the poll question is, what is the current informal sector's contribution to employment in South Africa? Is it 17%, 6%, 35%, or 2%? Those are the options available to you to answer. Make sure you answer. We are going to be taking a look at who's been answering correctly and also often, and then have that given through to you. But I will go directly to our next speaker. And our next speaker joined the program a little late, but is somebody that I'm really looking forward to hearing from. This is Dr. Khabo Isaac Boshamane. He's the owner of Khabo Cars, which is located in Soshanguve. He's a qualified technician, technical trainer, and instructor, assessor, moderator, mentor, coach, skills development facilitator, ETD practitioner, and University of Technology part-time lecturer. With all of those accomplishments, it's unbelievable that he's had the time to even come and speak to us today. His business, Khabo Cars, is in the automotive services and training industry, where he shares his wealth of knowledge of over 33 years of service with staff members and students alike. I love this quote from him. It says, "By the time I reached grade 6, I loved cars and I wanted to know how to fix them." What a great introduction to the person we're going to listen to right now. So please, Dr. Boshamane, I will hand over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate being given this opportunity. And I'm going to actually make sure that we enjoy this session. Let me start by putting the disclaimer up. I like the way you put the accolades, and I'm thankful. The disclaimer is I failed sub A, I failed sub B, I failed standard 6, I failed standard 9, and I failed standard 10. And I think there's a reason for that. I didn't worry much about that, but failing standard 6 was my biggest worry. My business is twofold. We service, repair, and maintain vehicles, just like what the dealerships are doing. And we also train the young ones who come from the TVET colleges, having acquired the theoretical knowledge, and we help them to apply that knowledge for 3 years in the automotive skills. And when I was growing up, like you indicated, when I was in grade 6, there was no car at home. There was no role model. But from the love of cars, when I saw what the backyard mechanics were doing, I said, my car is not going to go there. I rather solve that problem now. That's why I chose my career when I was in grade 6, which was standard 4 that time. So that was just the background to say careers can be chosen from either having challenges or having the love of something. So I'm going to indicate to you, Khabo Cars was registered in 2001 while I was working at Tshwane South TVET College. It was then called Pretoria West College of Engineering. But that was after I spent 7 years at Toyota, from being a student apprentice until I qualified. From there, I joined the technical high school for 2 years, teaching the young ones in motor mechanics. And then from there, I went to Pretoria West. It was still called Pretoria West College of Engineering, where I spent 3.5 years in the workshop, but I was giving evening classes, only 2 days per week. Before from the college, the record they had was 67% in motor mechanics. And when I took over, I started with 4.8. It was from that time, 94, 95, 94, 95, until I was taken by Mercedes-Benz South Africa. So in 2001, just before starting this Khabo Cars, I collected or gathered my fellow colleagues, training various trades at the college. I asked them, can we come together and start an academy for the young people to learn in future? And they were happy with the idea. But after 3 months, I was left alone. And then instead of being despondent and despairing, I started one with my trade. Hence, today we have what we call Khabo Cars. Khabo Cars is based in Soshanguve Township, and City of Tshwane has given us the another workshop in Roslyn after seeing what we do in a smaller workshop. We are approved by MESITA to train the apprentices on competency-based modular training, level 1 to level 4, as well as in automotive repair and maintenance, level 2 to level 4. Since July 2012, we are a member of RMI, Retail Motor Industry, for those who don't know. And we have up to December 2021, we qualified 95 motor mechanic artisans, including 24 ladies. I am reporting now saying since yesterday, we pushed up to 125 artisans, 36 of whom are ladies in the male-dominated industry. This is the picture that these are pictures that show that ladies can also do it, and they are already doing it. Over and above, of the ladies that we qualified, we took about 8 of them who showed potential entrepreneurs. We registered businesses for each one of them. We are training them on new venture creation. The theoretical component is almost done. We need 6 months training for them to practically train on running their own business. We don't want them to run business like I did when I was starting from being an artisan to now learning the difficult way to run a business. Theirs should be a bit better. And we're trying to avoid the notion that when they fail, people will be saying, ladies cannot do it. We also go to the schools. We started with matriculants, then we realized that at matric level, we are already too late. What we do, we need to go at grade 8 and 9. And the picture on my left-hand side, where they are having the blue and yellow shirts, is where we went this past Saturday. We went to the rural area where I grew up, and then we asked for grade 10, grade 9, and grade 8. Individually 1.5 hours to give them career awareness, career guidance, career development. The energy that comes from there is amazing. We have people who are deemed cannot make it in academically. And we also have the slot where we take them and we enhance the skills that they have, even if they don't have the academic component. And here is one of such young people who failed grade 8 5 times. And he has built the car that you see on top there and the helicopter. And we did all we could to make sure that we take him to the Deputy Minister of Higher Education and the Minister of Higher Education himself to say, can we tweak our education system so that it can also accommodate those that are not academically given, but they have the skills and they can do something with their life. And I mean, this was driven, this will indicate why I put the disclaimer up front to say I will not be anything in life. But here I am today, having gone to the highest level of being a doctor in education, while I had to fail that long. It's a matter of dedication, hard work, focusing. So I'm making it my point that I need to go down there and get those young people who are like me or like the way I was when I was growing up, because there's no dustbin for human beings. We need to create an enabling environment for them to thrive and play a meaningful economic role in our country and globally. So I'll show you some of the ones that we took as we go along. How many young people are out there who are like Nkamo Moa, who can do things, but because they are academically not gifted, then they get pushed aside. So it's our collective effort to go out there and look for them and create an enabling environment for them to thrive and also employ our academics. Because if they can create jobs, then we can employ our highly qualified academics who are sitting at home. At the top of my left of my screen, it is our workshop in Soshanguve. And then you can see, after making sure that we are approved, we also started even attracting all kinds of cars. And on the right, in the middle is another side of the workshop where it shows you can attract any car if you are registered properly, if you are professionalizing your work. And because when I qualified, I was just given the trade test certificate. I did not graduate. We said, when we are qualifying our young ones, we are going to graduate them. Hence, you see on my right-hand side, the graduation ceremony in the township. The picture in front of everyone is to show you have to start with what you have. You have to start where you are. I liked the presentation in the morning where I think it was Zoe indicating that start with what you have. Start where you are. This is the indication of what you saw did not just start like that. And the people you see in front of me eventually ended up qualifying, and today they are complying. They are working in a properly registered workshop, and it shows you can start from wherever you are, and your altitude should determine your destination, not where you come from. What we are actually now even doing, we are moving with trends. We now want to, with our new intakes, we want to take the young ones where we can give them virtual reality goggles with training information, where we can simulate some of the things so that when they go to the actual engines to dismantle, they've already done it on visual reality. And then this is what we are talking about. We are busy working on this one so that we can also train people who are far away from us. And then this is the virtual studio that we created from our side. We already presented once. And this here I was in the workshop. But when you check the background, you can think I'm in a world-class studio. This is what we are busy working on, and we'll be moving along. So we indicated that we have registered businesses for 8 young ladies. They are already qualified motor mechanic artisans, but now here they were attending the new venture creation, which is how to run a business, legal point. I was happy to hear the legal way of doing business. And from here, their starting point will be much better than my starting point then. So we want them to succeed even after qualifying with this new venture creation, for which we still need 990,000 to do the practical aspect. The theoretical is done. We bought them the tablets. We loaded the training on the tablets. We were able to give them work as and when, and they will open their tablets and do the work by themselves at home, anywhere, anytime. So when we finish with them, we are going to make sure that we register a cooperative for them so that they run collectively at first to gain experience and skills on running the business. From there, they are at liberty to go their own different ways, each one running their own business, but first collectively so that they can synergize. But we'll be there helping them all the steps of the way until they are independently able to run their businesses. And that workshop, we are busy with the City of Tshwane to say when they are done, may the City of Tshwane give them the workshop and also provide them 30% of the fleet, because we are depending only on individual working customers. We don't have fleet from any department or any private company. Only now recently we had the research company in Soshanguve is bringing their 14 cars, which is great, helping us to add. If I may just add, we are training these learners at 46% discretionary grants from CITAS and NSF. So we were training them at a loss. But we didn't say fold our arms and say, because it is not a full funding, then we are not doing it. We said, no, we are going to work with what we have. We are going to make sure we produce the results and show that it can be done even in the township and rural area. And today, here we are. And now we are saying we need to do more of it. We are busy talking to the presidency to say, here's the evidence. Can you please give us the full funding so that we can work without indebting ourselves? Because we are now not even running it as a business. We wanted to prove that it can be done. But now we need to start to run it as a business.
Well, let's be honest. We have come a long way in the fight for equality, but some jobs are still seen as men's work. However, a group of 8 young women in Pretoria's Soshanguve township are fighting to change this. They are on the cusp of attaining their qualification in automotive mechanics, and they plan to open businesses of their own.
My name is Esther Tibane, and I am a full-time student in Kabokas at Soshanguve Township. What I love most is when a car comes in and they say it has a problem. That's my favorite part, diagnosing, because it's more interesting. You actually get to work on every part of the car because you are now looking for a problem. You don't work on a certain part.
From tightening bolts to fixing car engines, Tibane and her fellow students are breaking barriers.
We have been put into this mindset of saying it's a man industry. So breaking barriers and showing other women that it's possible, that's what makes me feel great and powerful.
Next month, they'll qualify as mechanical artisans and they are ready to make their mark in the industry.
I have already registered my own company, so we'll be working together with other ladies and working on cars.
Isaac Boshomane is the driving force behind this initiative. His learnership courses have won him countless awards, and he says empowering women is so much more than breaking stereotypes.
When you empower women, you are actually giving them the economic power to say if the relationship is toxic, they are able to move out of it without fearing the cut off of the financial resource.
With independence knocking on their door, these women are definitely on the road to success. Riante Naidu, Soshanguve in Pretoria.
Thank you so much. That was just showing. Fortunately, we got it right with this one, but because of time, I'll not go to the previous one. And it just showed we changed that BMW to be a buggy, if you saw it. So at the back, as it went into the workshop, it showed that we cut it and make a 325 to be a buggy, which BMW never knew of. Here we have the young learners who are deemed or who are told that they belong to the dustbin because they cannot make it in the formal education. But we went to take them, and if you can check, their overalls are even written champions. We told them, you are the champions. You can do whatever you believe you can. If you believe you can, you are right, you can. If you believe you can't, don't listen to other people's perception about who you are. You are created in God's image. You can do it if you believe you can. We are here to enable you. And here they are. They wrote their N1 and they passed their N1. Remember, they were not qualifying to be at the TVET colleges. But we spoke to the TVET college to say we will train them. We just registered for exam. Today they are moving, they are on their N2 now. That means they with the N2, they will be trained for 3 years, practically. Then they can qualify as motor mechanic artisans when they were deemed not to be qualifying. Here, let me just list that as a small business, we need to do whatever it takes. From 2012, I was looking at the business full time. But from 2016, we said we need to get an award every year. And from 2016, we are the finalist at a Workplace Challenge of Productivity SA. 2017, we were the finalist at the Township Entrepreneur Awards. 2018, we scooped the Lead SA Hero of the March month. Lead SA Hero of the Year for Gauteng, Lead SA Hero of the Year nationally. And we were featuring it both the Mesita Achieve magazines and Automobile magazines. In 2019, Dr. Naledi Pandor gave us the Ministerial Outstanding Award at the NSA conference. And in the same year, City of Tshwane Mayoral Award. And in the same year, during Automechanica, we got the first prize at APSA competition. And the following year, we were at the Expresso SABC 3. We were deemed the Mandela Monday Hero. And in 2020 again, we were the award winners for being the best artisan development of that 2020. And then in 2021, which we didn't put here, apart from being on eNews, News 24 and ENCA, we also got the 365 Men Award from the Department of Social Development. So every year we challenge ourselves to get something. So with this, we are saying, if it is to be, it is up to us and as individuals, and whatever we believe we can do, we can do. It doesn't matter where you come from. What matters is the attitude that you have about life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
There we go. We have our website, and you can go and check our YouTube as well. There are so many video clips that are there. Thank you so much.
Dr. Boshamane, you are such an inspiration. And I think the work that you are doing with these young people is just beyond what we are expecting of entrepreneurs in this country. And I think that one of the key things about what we're seeing from your presentation and also from yourself as an individual is that you care about people. And the more that we see people caring about people, the better they are as entrepreneurs and as citizens of this country. We will go into a very short question and answer period for you. I'll ask everybody who's got questions for you to put some questions in the question section, but I've got a question to start it off with, and that is, what do you think you are doing that is different to everybody else that isn't doing what you're doing? Is it that your attitude is just different? Is it something that you think people can try and do the exact same thing in their businesses in order to help grow people? What is it that has made you work differently?
Thank you for that question. I think the main thing is if you know why you were born. So the purpose about your life plays a critically important role. We are born with talents. One may have one talent, others will have 3, 4, 5. But you are accountable for whatever talent you are given. If you are given one, you are accountable for one. If you go to the Bible, Proverbs 18 verse 16 says, your gift shall create a space for you in the world, and your gift shall take you before the great men. What it actually says is, work on your gift, it will create that space. I mean, if you check on the presentation, we went to Deputy Minister of Higher Education. We went to Parliament to indicate what we're doing with the young people. We were invited. I'm not politically active. I'm just politically aware so that I align my business. But I get called wherever I am needed because of what I'm doing. And I started doing it at the corner where people were not seeing. What I will say is, brighten that corner where you are. With the effort that you are putting in, you are going to attract help. You cannot sit and say, I don't have help, and then you fold your arms. Start doing something with what you have where you are. Where you come from does not determine where you are going, but your attitude will determine your altitude. That is exactly what I've put. And also, be ethical. We have been tempted, we have been punished for being ethical. We are not going to stop being ethical because we know from who we come, we know for whom we are doing this. We are developing these young people. Even the Competition Commission, when they were doing the right to repair, they alerted us that they've been through the townships and rural areas. They've seen small workshops. Some are even better than our own. But they said we are the only one training the artisans. And the reason is clear, because we are training at a loss. No one wants to go and train at a loss, but we said we need to prove it can be done in the township, it can be done in the rural area. We have over 100 people that are qualified. Now we have something to say. We have proven it can be done. Can we be supported so that we can develop more and more, but at least at a break even or at a profit? Because the challenge is one. You are complying to the rules and regulation of saying for every 3 apprentices, there must be a qualified artisan. But now, if you are running at a loss, how are you going to pay this qualified artisan to train the learners when you are not making profit? Now, we have been losing qualified artisans because they are getting better offers. And we don't blame them, because each one need to work for their families. You need to thrive. You need to sustain yourself. But with the right attitude, anything is possible.
That's so inspirational. And the comments that are coming through, people just, saying, believing in your potential is the way to go. And that's exactly what you're saying. And I want to ask, though, do you feel that the investment in people is also the investment in your business? Because that seems to be the message that's coming across from you, is that you're not necessarily looking at this and saying, I'm going to pour tons and tons of money into the business, but rather to say, I'm going to give people a chance. And by doing that, the business itself will grow.
You are definitely right. I would not have gone where I went to. I will not have achieved. I don't think I'll be talking to you now if I did not go to serve others, those young people. Because I'm here today because I'm saying I have achieved this number. So I am 100% sure that if you are serving people, you are in turn serving yourself. You are elevating yourself. By elevating other people, you are yourself being elevated automatically. And remember, you also have your creator. And when you are doing this and you are saying, God, I'm doing your work, I'm developing your own people. When they are working, they are happy. They are not crying to you and say, look how I am, look where I am. God himself also reward you in more than one way. He protects you. He also exposes you to other people who will see what you are doing already and assist you so that we can cover the bigger space. So even yesterday, what we were doing yesterday, we with the champions now, the others have just qualified. Before we take the others in, we said let us rebrand Habocas. By rebranding Habocas, the best way is let us brand you champions. When we brand you are the brands individually, it's easier to rebrand Habocas. You are going to be the ones that will be lifting this brand and protecting it and being the ambassadors out there. When you walk out there, they see your uniform, you help them when you find them along the road. You are already uplifting Habocas. You are the ambassador of Habocas.
So what are your plans then for your business in the future? Because we clearly see that you've invested in the people, and you've also spoken about the fact that, there is a dearth of artisans. We don't have as many artisans as we need. And then you're also finding that they're also potentially leaving for different opportunities. What do you see your future in the business as being? Do you want to expand, grow, or are you going to try and invest deeper into the people? What is your planning?
Actually, I'm doing it even beyond my business. I'm doing it for the country. Luckily, I'm serving on Tshwane North TVET College Council, and I'm the chairperson of planning and resourcing. I'm challenging my colleagues in that area. The TVET colleges are not doing what they're supposed to do, are not at that level where they should be. And we need to strive to take the TVET colleges to where they should be. Our country is economically skewed. We are 30% vocational and 70% academic. We cannot grow the economy like that. Check German economy. They are 70% vocational, 30% academic. They're starting their young ones at the lower grades. They're starting to check them at lower grades. That is why you see me going to schools and going to the grade 9s. I'm already starting to work on it, if you know your goal, you're going to put more effort on your subjects. That means you're going to choose the right subjects. That means you're going to focus more. You're going to improve your marks. Your behavior in class, at school, is going to change because you are already looking up to something. By doing that, we will be improving our matric results by starting at grade 8 or even lower. The matric results will automatically change because focusing at matric, we are already way too late. So I'm emphasizing on that. I'm also a part-time lecturer at TUT in the automotive space. We are pushing to get our young ones to be at a higher level so that when they go to the high school to teach, they must teach the high quality. There's a lot of mismatch in our economy. There are so many graduates who are sitting at home because our education is not talking to our industry. So industry is doing its own thing to support their customers and serve them, but the education is producing people who are not going to help the industry. We need to sit down on the table and say, industry, what is it that you want? How do you want it? So that we can develop the curriculum according to the needs, so that we don't frustrate our young ones to qualify in the skills or qualifications that are useless in the economy.
Okay, I think you've nailed it in terms of where we need to be looking at and the areas that we need to focus on in order to not just grow our industries and our businesses, but our country as a whole. Because without us focusing on what happens with the society at large, we don't necessarily have businesses that we can actually operate on because people are sort of downtrodden, and we don't want that. Thank you so much, Dr. Boshamani. Your presentation was just really, really incredible. And it's so important for us all to learn from people like yourself about how we can best make use of our talents as individuals and pass a lot of those skills on in order for us to be the very best that we can be. So thank you again.
You're welcome.
All right, so everybody who has been communicating with us, please, we love seeing your messages in the chat, and please make sure that you continue to ask questions. We've got 2 more presenters lined up, and they will be the final 2 presenters for the day. And we'd like you to put your questions into the question section for them. Our next presenter is Jabulani Zwane, who is an incredible presenter and a good friend. He'll be talking about mindset development and just trying to give us a sense of how we'll be able to perform, because his presentation is high performance in hard times. Now, Jabulani is a heck of a guy. Jabu is a keynote speaker, executive coach and facilitator in leadership, effective communication. He specializes in that. He specializes in emotional intelligence, high performance, diversity and inclusion, resilience, relationship counseling, public speaking, coaching, presentation. I'm even running out of breath in terms of how much Jabulani does and how much he'll be able to give you from an information perspective. So I'm not going to eat into his time too much further. I'll just ask Jabulani to come forward and present to all of you his wonderful presentation.
Well, thanks a lot, Cyrus. It's good to see you again, man. Wow, it's always so good to be introduced with you by that voice, and I feel so important, always. By the way, great job. I've been listening in all day, so incredibly inspiring time with everybody else, and especially what I just heard now. Wow, my goodness. I'm going to go straight into it. I don't want to really waste too much time, but let me start off by sharing my screen. I'm talking to you about the high performance in chaos or in hard times. Now, most of us here are entrepreneurs, but I want to start off by saying this. Are you aware that 90% of the people in the world don't do their best? And our best is a composition of a few factors here. You know, our best is about the effort that we put in, which is about the energy, the time that we spend, the methods that we employ, and also for the best results. Now, what's important with that is that determines our output, and the quality of our output will determine the quality of our results in whatever we're doing. The quicker we are able to produce the same results, the higher our productivity levels, and the higher the quality of our productivity. Now, this is, of course, provided that you have, as I've mentioned earlier on, the best methods with the least effort at the shortest amount of time. Now, as an entrepreneur, obviously, this is a very important model to have. let's revisit that line again, that 90% of the people in the world don't do their best. What that basically means, we can refer back, maybe let's think about the 80-20 principle, which right now is fast becoming the 90-10 principle, which means that at the moment, 90% of the people 90% of the productivity we see in the world is only done by 10% of the people. Subsequently, also the results, the rewards as well. Now, for me as a believing man, it takes me to a parable that was done by Jesus Christ, where he speaks about the two workers who were given talents. One was given 5 talents, one was given 1 talent. And the master said to them, go out there and do something with these 5 talents. And one of them came back. The one with the 5 came back and had 10 talents. And the one with 1 came back and only had 1 talent. Now, the master was very upset with this one with 1 talent, because the one with 1 talent said, the only reason why I didn't do anything with this, I was afraid of what you would do if I failed. And failure is, the fear of failure a lot of times actually is what holds us back. And in the time of chaos, there are many okay. During a time of chaos, there are many opportunities, but of course, because of there's a chaos, then there's a lot of fear. One more thought I want you to think about is that during the pandemic, 2019 pandemic, 10 of the world's richest people doubled their wealth. In fact, Elon Musk went as far as quadrupling his wealth. But he's not the only one. In the industry I'm in, the industry of speaking, many people lost their work, but also there are many speakers, trainers whose businesses improved. And also, if you look around town, look around wherever you go, you will see that some businesses have improved rather than actually go down. How does that happen? I want you to think about these things as an entrepreneur. There are 5 important starting points, right? Diversity of opportunity, ease of access to those opportunities, proximity to the opportunity, the quality of infrastructure, and of course, the compatible skills. Now, if you have a business, you have to consider that. How diverse are your products? How easy is it for people to get to where you are? I'm thinking about a conversation I had with one of the entrepreneurs where I asked him, how is your signage? It's interesting enough, he was also a mechanic, because I did a workshop the other day with black leaders in the automotive industries where I hosted them and I did a whole entire day workshop with them. And one of them was a mechanic, and I asked him, how is your signage? And he said, I don't even have one. Now, think about that. If I don't see your business in my mind when it's time for me to make the decision to acquire a similar product that you are solving, then you are not in my list of options. Therefore, I cannot say so-and-so's mechanic is where I need to go to take my business. Proximity of opportunity, and of course, the quality of infrastructure. Now, one of the things that I always think about is that it's not that expensive sometimes to be formal as a business owner, to have, for example, Yoko as one of the ways of processing your payments and stuff like that. But you get to certain places and a person only takes cash. They don't even do e-wallet. They don't have any other methods of payment. And then if you put the weight of the success of your transaction, of the sale on the client, it's a mistake, because I'm not going to inconvenience myself as a client to have successful business with you. So think about the quality of infrastructure and think about how can you improve that, use that to improve the transactions. Now, in terms of mindset development, I want you to think about this, because in your business right now, you're serving these domains of human limitations. The first one is the substance, okay? Think about people who are into health, who are into beauty, who are into fashion, that they serve as that. COVID-19 showed us that there is a need to be a bit more careful of how we look after ourselves, right? So the health business, for example, pharmaceuticals, it's one of the big industries, that's what they're servicing. So where are you? And over here, there's the issue of our locality, our presence. Where we are localized, because we are a substance, we can only be at one place at one time, and that's why you find that your industries like your Facebooks, what I'm doing now with the Zoom or with Teams, cell phones, cars, that's what they're servicing. And then over here is about performance. High performance is about, I'll go into it a bit more detail later on, so I'm going to skip it for now. And the other one is about existence. Like the moment that we are born, we are already dying. And that's one of the reasons why, for example, everything works with time. I only have a certain amount of time to go through this presentation, which I'm going to check myself, because time does not belong to us. Now, think about this with me for a second as an entrepreneur. You don't necessarily run out of time to do anything, but what you do run out of is the opportunities in time. So if you don't do what you're supposed to do in time, you will not have what you want, what you should have later on in the future. So if you don't improve your skills that the doctors just showed us now, if you don't take time to understand what's going on with the taxes, by the time that the taxman knocks on your door, it's a bit too late. And hence it is important for us as entrepreneurs to be aware of the factor of time. And of course, the other factor is the factor of knowledge, which is about our consciousness. The more knowledge you have about what you're doing, the better equipped you are to know what you're supposed to do in time of chaos. Those who own knowledge own the future. If you think about it right now, the doctor was mentioning about the importance of setting up institutions in townships so that people can be able to see that we can be able to do the same things that are done, of course, in towns. And part of that is that we don't have a lot of knowledge institutions that pass on the knowledge that we need to be able to succeed. So the more knowledge you have about what you're doing, the better equipped you are to be able to do what you're supposed to do. And you can do that in time. And because of the fact that you get tired and you know, can only be located in one place at one time, you also have to think about the various ways that you can acquire knowledge, such as going online on YouTube, such as being part of these type of workshops where a lot of knowledge is shared and you're taking down the notes that you're supposed to take. Quick one I want to share is this. Okay, I've done that already. Let's move on to the next. Now think about yourself as an entrepreneur right here. As an entrepreneur, you've got to make a lot of decisions, but the quality of your decisions as an entrepreneur is determined, or it is struck by your level of growth. If you don't grow, your quality, your ability to make important decisions in time of chaos, also it erodes. Think about this as well. With your decisions, you have on the back of your head there, you've got the mindsets, which are the categories of thinking that lead to a specific outcome. If you see that you've got a certain pattern of thinking, let's say, for example, whenever somebody comes and presents an opportunity to you, do you have excitement, enthusiasm, or do you immediately think, oh, I can't do it because I don't have money, because this is what's going on? That basically more likely means that you've got a negative limiting mindset. And so whenever opportunities are presented to you, you have difficulty grasping the potential or the possibility of what they are because you're thinking a certain way. What about your personality? What about your emotional intelligence? Are you able to regulate yourself when you're under pressure, when there's chaos? Or do you panic? Or do you make rash decisions, sell the business, sell certain things because you're so worried about money? If you're not thinking, if you're not acquiring sufficient knowledge about your business, you have difficulty then being able to process or to stay calm and to make quality decisions whenever there's chaos in your business. What about your life stages? For example, I'm a bit older than some of you, whereas some of maybe over here are older than I am. The age where we are can have a massive input on the decisions that we're making. And unfortunately, if you're going to be making your decisions based on that, you can find that sometimes you miss the boat because you're personalizing your business so much, your product offering so much that you ignore the market needs, what people are needing. I mentioned earlier on that we should not put the burden of a decision on us, so on our clients, but on ourselves. And one of the challenges that I see sometimes with our township businesses, coming from the township myself, is the issue of service, that people are more worried about clients being more respectful and clients being a certain way, and then they will then, as an entrepreneur, will then give the client back an attitude as if, you know, the client has to do more to actually ensure that there's a successful transaction. But successful transaction has to be, the burden of success has to be on you as an entrepreneur. So in other words, you have to ask yourself this question, like Dr. said, what is your mission? What is your purpose? What is your value proposition? Because those things will determine then how you conduct yourself in business. And thinking about yourself here again, you have clients, relationships, you have relationships that you're going to build also with the suppliers, relationships that you're going to build also with other industry leaders, relationships you're going to also build even with your competitors to know what they're doing, but more than that, but also to be able to create a support structure for yourself. I think one of the challenges that I normally see with a lot of us entrepreneurs is that we're running our businesses on our own so much. When things are tough, we feel low, we feel alone, which then opens us up to the propensity to be depressed, and then of course that makes it easier for us to quit, and then of course in the end then we end up losing everything that we had. I can think of a time where I was running a boutique in a mall in Hammanskraal, and because I was running the business by myself, the end result of that was that I ended up losing 750,000 Rand in that business. Had I had some kind of a support structure with other entrepreneurs, like I do right now with my speaking business, Sarah's being one of my supporting buddies, I think I would have had a much better outcome at the time. So it is important for you to build a support structure. It's important for you to understand also in terms of the environment that you are in, understand the culture, the buying cultural patterns that people employ when they buy, even the language that is being spoken there, and understand the psychosocial conditions, understand in terms of your product, is it based on price, is it based on quality, is it based on value, is it based on preference, is it a luxury product, or is it because if it's a luxury product, it means that you're going to then put more effort to be more visible, to make it easier for people to remember that you've got such a product, and to make it easier for them to get to it. Because if you don't do that, and you sell in that business in a township environment, it's going to be a big problem. And then, of course, we had a lot of understanding about the law and order, such as taxes and registration and compliance. I'm not going to go too much into that. So this is model right here. I use this model to literally help entrepreneurs to figure out where they are in their business, but also in terms of even executives and professionals to understand, where am I? What type of mindset do I have? What's my personality? What abilities and skills do I need to have to succeed in my business? All right. Okay. I'm not going to go into this one because it's going to take us too long, because what I really want to get to, I want to get to the 5 C's of a high performance. But this other model here is, just to summarize it, it's about, again, the performance structure as a performer. IQ is about the technical skills that you need to have, the knowledge that you're going to have. Emotional intelligence, EQ, it is about your ability to regulate yourself. Why are you in business? Are you trying to be rich? Are you trying to prove a point to your friends? Are you trying to prove to your haters that you can make it happen? If that is your objective, then you're going to run your business in that way. But if your objective is to offer a value, offer a service that is going to change people's lives, that is going to contribute to the progress of your community, then your mind is going to then orient to think in that way. Personality-wise, what about your personality? Sometimes it's abrasive and it is not very helpful to you doing your business. This same other client I've mentioned to you earlier on, he said, listen, I don't like talking to clients because my personality doesn't allow me to talk to clients. If you cannot afford to pay somebody to talk to your clients, you're going to have to then go through the process of learning how to become an effective communicator so that you can then talk to your clients. You can't avoid talking to your clients and say, oh, my friend is an engine, or my friend is the product that I'm producing. And then on the other side here, the abilities that you're going to have, the capacity of those abilities, how well can we perform those abilities. And then fitness here is about, of course, the energy that you've got to have for whatever you perform in your business, the endurance and the flexibility, your ability to handle pressure, and then agility, which is the ability to handle emergencies when they come. Are you ready and are you set? Are you geared up for emergencies if they were to hit again? What if the business, the country closes again? What are we going to do about that? Questions to ask, and maybe may not necessarily have the answer, but at least start working towards that. Of course, the character. The doctor mentioned also the importance of character, and somebody mentioned it earlier on. It's a problem in South Africa where we have where there is sort of like an openness and an acceptance sometimes of certain unbecoming behavior in business. But if you really want to be a high performer, be a person of character, your beliefs, what are your beliefs about bribes? What are your beliefs about cheating clients? What are your beliefs about lying about your product? What are your beliefs about any of the stuff? Because in the end, in the time of chaos, when people remember that you are somebody of character that can be reliable, they're going to come to you because they know that you're part of the stability that they need during chaos. But if you have a reputation where you are known to be somebody who cheats and doesn't tell the truth, then people are going to avoid you in time of chaos. And at lastly, then I've mentioned that about purpose. Moving on to that. Functional potential, it is about the best outcome based on the maximum level of performance. We'll talk about that just now. Opportunities, which is about your own personal growth and the growth of your business and environment. Finding suitable opportunities available in the environment based on your functional potential. And then lastly, infrastructure, which I've already explained. I'm going to move ahead also from that. It's important for us to have, as entrepreneurs, to improve on our frameworks of awareness. Now, in the opening talk, I can't remember the name of the gentleman, he spoke about the being on a survival stage. We were speaking about property and saying that one of the challenges in being an entrepreneur is being in the survival stage. And being in the survival stage basically means that you're dependent. And when you're dependent, it means that you don't have as much power to exercise your decisions the way that you want to, because perhaps you don't have enough money, or you don't have enough knowledge, or you're not well known in the industry. And you can be so aware of the threats and what you're not getting. But it's important that in terms of certain things don't have to go in a survival mode. Your level of knowledge doesn't have to be in survival mode. Your level of output doesn't have to be in survival mode. The quality of your service doesn't have to be on a survival mode. Yes, you may be on a survival mode in terms of the money, and perhaps not because you're starting out, nobody knows you, but there are certain things that don't have to be in a survival mode. And if you apply those, if you deliver high quality service, if you have superior knowledge, if you are you are working hard, eventually that translates into your business being successful. I've proven that myself many, many times over. And then you get to the point where you're stable, and then you get to the point where you're thriving. Thriving is where you've got enough now to be able to share with other people. Going back to survival again, one of the challenges that I also see with young entrepreneurs, for example, they will not spend 150 Rand to go to an entrepreneurship workshop to improve their skills, to know a bit more about what they're doing. 150 Rand is not going to bankrupt you, not even 500 Rand. It will not bankrupt your business. But the amount of knowledge that you can acquire from this online or even some of these internship, it will not. They will give you so much knowledge and value that you will have. Now you're geared to be more stable in your operation, and then you can acquire more business. So I want you to think about that. Because unfortunately, with a lot of starting out entrepreneurs, we're thinking that we have to receive from people, and we don't actually think that we have the ability to get or to give in return, whereas we actually do have a lot. What I do with my colleagues, we do exchange of service. I will exchange my service for their service sometimes, and I also would give a lot of value for free, complimentary to some of the industries that I'm in, so that in return I might get the platform, so that in return I can be able to be exposed. What sort of showcases can you do? And I want us to move away from thinking, oh my goodness, but I don't have any money, I can't do any of this stuff. Listen, unless you really commit and you sacrifice some of your profits for the growth of your business to invest in yourself, unfortunately, you're not going anywhere far. All right. So mindsets, again, structured categories of thinking that lead to a specific outcome. And then when it comes to high performance, there are structured categories of thinking that will lead to the specific outcomes that only high performance can be able to give you. I want you to think about this. Every area of your human limitation is an area of growth and also of vulnerability. So if you're seeing that I lack certain things, if you don't do anything about it to grow, it's an area of vulnerability, which means that in the end, it might actually turn around and defeat you. So identify variables of complexity that in your environment, specifically affecting your industry or affecting your business, and always think how can I overcome it? Who can I go to? Where can I get the information? Go on Google. Who can help me? Where can I get how? I use Google all the time to find out how, to figure out who within my sphere of reach I can go to, I can reach out to. The worst they can say to me is no, and the best that they can say to me is yes. I would rather take a chance at a yes than withhold an effort fearing a no. All right, so be above average. In terms of your knowledge and skills and abilities, I've already shared that. As I've said already, be a how person. Ask what, ask where, ask when, and then figure out the outcome. I'm not going to go into this one because we're running out of time here. But I want us to be very, very careful that in terms of chaos, what we are looking for, we're looking for what's familiar again. We're looking at what's predictable. We're looking so that we can plan and execute the outcomes. But unfortunately, when chaos comes, familiarity, whatever was familiar was changes. It breaks, it looks differently, it gets positioned differently, and which means that we also then have to adapt. We've got to change our minds and realize that things have changed. People are thinking differently. Right now, people are more fearful, they're more anxious, they're more suspicious, they don't know what's going to happen. And so you have to be the voice of reason, you're going to be a voice of stability, you're going to be very clear in terms of what your product offering is, what your service is. And you cannot be that oh, I don't have, or this, and be a confused person during the time of chaos. When clients are coming to you, especially right now with a high level of anxiety, people are worried, know what you're talking about. So potential here is the sum of all performance components operating together at their maximum level for the right purpose. For the right purpose. The sum of all your performance components operating together at a maximum level for the right purpose. Be mindful of your activities. What are you doing? How much of the efforts that you're putting out in every day are towards achieving what you want? Account for your time, account for your effort, account for your energy that you're putting out. So, start with self-leadership. That is the start at the end of influence on people, either the way you're leading yourself, and of course, it is based on a purpose. So leadership isn't just I'm a leader. What are you leading? If you're leading yourself, what are you leading yourself into? If you're an entrepreneur, you got to lead yourself in entrepreneurship. If you're leading people, you got to lead them, then of course to achieve the outcomes that you want. As I've mentioned before, be relational, build your position as a person of authority, as a person as a person of quality, because that will improve on your reputation. Whenever there's chaos, people go to those that they have relationships with, people that go to those who have a position of authority, people go to those people who have good reputation. Are you building good reputation? What is the history of your performance? What is your credibility level? What is your character? How responsive are you to clients' queries? How are you presenting your business? All of those factors matter. Be mindful of them and continue to work on them. All right. Again, have confidence, strong belief in self, own abilities, and the brand that you're selling. Don't be the one, don't say things that make you or make your company look weak, or anybody that works with you look weak. Saying negative things about the people that you're working with, or even for yourself, is not is not good at all. Have confident mindsets, structured categories of thinking that build your self-belief and beliefs in your own abilities. Here's a confidence question for you. How much do I believe in myself and my abilities to achieve my goals? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you believe in yourself and in your abilities to achieve your goals? Character, a strong moral conviction framework. What are your principles? What laws do you operate under? And then character. Question, if I were my own client today, would I be happy with my level of service? Would I buy my own products? Would I be happy with me as a service person? So because character shapes our motivations and builds our principles. Courage, standing up for what you believe in spite of fear and threat. And sometimes you need courage when things are chaotic. So courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it, as Nelson Mandela has said. And then the other one which is very, very important to me is consistency, which is the ability to maintain the same level of performance over a period of time. If you're not consistent, you cannot be able to pick up your gaps in your growth or the gaps in your business. And also you repeat the same mistakes. But if you're consistent, you're able to identify those very quickly and then get into an action and fix those. So consistency is the strongest link in the chain of success. And I'm going to close off with this. I'm not going to go into this for now because I want to have some questions and answers. Here's a question for you. How long or how many times are you having to deal with the same problem over and over? If you're doing that, it means that your consistency model is warped. Your methods are off and you don't have very good tracking methods to see where you're making mistakes. And the last one I think about is creativity. So once you've been consistent and you see that I'm not going anywhere far, creativity is important. Creativity is that ability to imagine solutions and possibilities outside of the norm. And one of the ways we do that is by having support structure, sharing ideas with some people that you trust in the industry, or reading a bit more about the problem that you are facing, or at least educating yourself a little bit more about your industry, Your level of creativity is trapped in the amount and the quality of knowledge that you have. And here's something for you to consider. Self-belief, potential, and opportunities. Your potential is the sum of all of your performance together. But if you don't believe in yourself, you will never be able to reach your potential. And the opportunities that are in the environment, you can never take advantage of them. So believe in yourself. Make sure that you continue to work on your potential so that you can be able to see the opportunities that are lying dormant in your environment. And with that being said, my name is Jabu Zwane. Thank you so much. I'd like you to follow me online if you can. If you have the ability to scan that, you can scan that. That's for LinkedIn. That's where I do most of my talks. And that will be it for now, Cyrus. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Jabu. The amount of information that you've given us is astounding. Fantastic presentation. But as always, what to do? We will be doing some Q&A. I do want to do that after our next speaker is done, and then we'll have all of our questions together. I hope you're able to wait with us for the...
Oh, sorry, I missed that. Say that again.
So we'll be doing the Q&A after our next speaker, and then we'll have all of the questions together for both of you.
Oh, fantastic. No problem at all.
Okay, perfect, because we do have a couple there. And, you know, as always, I have questions that I need you to answer for me. But thank you so much for the presentation. I'm going to introduce our speaker, our next speaker, who you've already seen today if you were on the symposium earlier. It's Phetty Masasanya. And Phetty, you know, I know that I stumbled on my words earlier in introducing you because I was just so excited to hear you speak, but I'm doing it again. What I will say for those who missed Phetty's presentation earlier, she's been a business professional for 17 years in the FMCG industry. She's been aligned with some of the biggest brands you'll find in the country, and her prowess in the FMCG industry saw her grow markets for Engine, Pick n Pay Express, Spar Express, Sasol, Shell, Total, and BP, just to name a few. So Phetty's going to be speaking to you about her presentation, which is How Did I Succeed? I think that title says it all. Phetty, that's it. I'm taking no more of your time. I will ask you to come on board, and then I'll also ask Jabu to stop sharing his screen because, you know, as fun as it is, he needs to move aside. But Phetty, we are looking forward to your presentation. Are you online?
Yes, I am.
Okay, perfect. And over to you.
Great, thank you so much. So for those of you who joined me earlier, I did speak a lot about from a work perspective, and really the opportunity that I've grabbed at the moment is to speak from a personal perspective. So for those of you who had joined us recently or not so long ago, I will continue to introduce myself again. So my name is Phetty. Full name is Phetty Masasanya. I'm the daughter of 2 township entrepreneurs. I'm one of 6 children, 2 boys and 4 girls, and I'm the youngest of the lot, which would then explain my name. So Phetty means completion in Sesotho, and I think at that point, when you get to number 6, I think between one of my parents or both had enough, and they were on some, no, this one is going to be called Phetty. So I'm very privileged to be given an opportunity to speak here today, and I don't have a presentation to share because this is a personal story, and I do want you to see my face and see the passion and see really the expressions as I share this very personal story of myself. So I believe that it's important for us to share information around how to grow businesses, how to do better, how to navigate financial aspects and that sort of thing. But I think not often enough do we share the stories about the people behind the businesses. And I was very excited when I got the opportunity to be able to share a story about my personal journey that started out by being raised by 2 township entrepreneurs. What I'm going to share with you today is really just how the lives of my parents changed as a result of their entrepreneurial journey, which started under very difficult circumstances, and what that has meant for us as the future generation of the Masasanya family, and what I'm now doing to give back to the community that is so very much a part of my story. So just a disclaimer before I continue is that I have a problem that most girl children have, and that is I consider my father to be somewhat of a superhero. So I apologize up front if as I speak my dad begins to develop a cape, but it really is it's just testament to all that he's done and achieved in his life that has allowed me to live the life that I have lived. And so this is also an ode to him, but also to all the township entrepreneurs that are on the platform today, to say thank you for the work that you do. As your children, it may go unrecognized, the gratitude, but in hindsight, we are truly grateful. So my dad, Fred Masasanya, was a serial entrepreneur who began his entrepreneurial journey in the late 1960s. I think we have an appreciation from everything that we've heard today, how difficult it is to start a business, to sustain that business and then grow a business in today's times and in today's world where we have such easy access to information and so many other things. I can only imagine how much harder or more challenging it must have been trying to do all of those things and the previous government. But my dad did that, and he managed to achieve really great success during a tough era. And so he began, like most entrepreneurs do, like I did, without any funding, with no education, but he possessed a lot of vision and a lot of desire and a ton of tenacity to want to succeed. And while initially he started out, or they both started out, as a way to feed us, there was lots of us, there were 6 of us, as well as to educate us, it ended up being something that he used as a vehicle to feed not only us and educate not only us, but also children who were from the community who possessed potential that my father took under his wing and then paid for their education. And today they've gone on to become very successful business people and people who are participating meaningfully in building a more transformed corporate South Africa. So many township entrepreneurs are born out of the need to survive, as and the children are usually the inspiration, with the hopes that all the work that they do, all the sacrifices that they make, will mean that their children get better opportunities and more options. So the same thing happened for my parents, right? They had the same kind of inspiration. They worked 7 days a week, and they ran multiple businesses throughout their working careers. They started off in tailoring. My dad was a tailor first, then went into a fish and chips supermarket, dry cleaning, ultimately a nightclub. And he then went into property. And I spoke earlier about backyard accommodation, which has become a big business right now that we're seeing as a sector that's coming up within the township economy. But he started that all the way back then. And that's why I tell you that my dad was a maverick. So he before he passed in 2015, he was in property. So I think after he died, one of the things I wanted to do was to honor him and honor his legacy and take from him the things that I felt that he would want me to do, and the things that I felt would give him honor and to bring honor to his legacy. And as I was doing that, I started to realize that there's so much that I have learned by watching my parents run their business. When we were a lot younger, I think, the perception was that it wasn't a lucrative business to be in. And perhaps in the earlier stages, before preteen, we may have been embarrassed to have said that our parents are township entrepreneurs. But looking back on it now and how things have evolved, I'm very, very grateful that that's the kind of line I come from. And I'm going to share with you guys today the lessons that I've taken from being raised by township entrepreneurs and the things that I apply in my life today that have allowed me to become successful in a corporate setting on my way to my own entrepreneurial journey as I am here today. So the first thing that I've learned out of the 6 things that I'm going to share with you today is around family and the value that family over everything else. And this extends to beyond your your biological family. From a township perspective, very much within a Black community, a family is not only those that you are born with, but family is those that you take on as your own. And I think that is one of the biggest lessons that I've learned from my father, is that you got to make sure that you look after your family first. When you've looked after your family, then and I hate to use the term, but I will use it to illustrate, the black tax will minimize, therefore enabling everybody within your circle to thrive, and then allowing you to fly even further when you don't have the burden of family holding you back. So that was the first principle that I learned from my father, and that I carry with me today. The second thing that I learned from him and from his journey and watching him was around humility, in that you may be in a more fortunate position than those beside you, but you need to remain grounded and you need to remain in touch, because it is the people that you serve, particularly if you are going to be running a business, that can make or break your business, and they are the ones that keep you in business. And not only is it good for people who are in business to remain humble, but it's also good for people who are moving into corporate. I think maintaining humility allows for you to learn, and allows for you to grow and further build into your craft, whatever that craft is. So humility was a second thing that I've taken out. The third thing was a work ethic or a discipline. My parents worked 7 days a week, without ceasing, and over 4 or 5 decades that they continued this work. And I think that's one of the things that I take out, that nothing ever comes easy. Sure, it may have looked that way to other people, that they've been able to amass all of this and then they live a certain life, but that hasn't come without a lot of hard work. And my parents put in the hard work without complaining, and I think that's something that I take with me. I spoke earlier about my career starting out, and I was a sales rep for a beverage company in South Africa, and I had to work very long hours. And people see you driving the company car and they think it's really great, but they don't know what goes into making your sales target, going into a space that you're unfamiliar with, going into possibly shebeens and taverns as a young girl, how scary that must have been. But because the work ethic and the discipline was instilled in me from a very young age and from home, it was something that came naturally to me and something that was easy for me to do. I continue to show up in my work, and that comes from the discipline that was instilled in me from a very early age. The fourth thing that I took out was around plowing back into your community, and I think it fits in quite nicely with the humility and remembering who the people around you are, and the fact that they are the ones that are your support structure. So I think he might not have known it at the time, and they didn't know it at the time, but they were very much social workers. I spoke about how my father had educated a lot of people, but they also did a lot of feeding schemes that were not necessarily advertised. They did a lot of food parcels very secretly and with a certain level of dignity, not the way that a lot of it is done today with a camera in the face of the beneficiary, but it was done in that way. And I don't remember a time in my teen years going into my young adulthood where it was ever just myself and my siblings in my home. My family home was open to everybody who needed the space to live, everybody who showed potential and perhaps came from a different background where they weren't able to have that nurtured. And so that's the kind of value that I took from my parents, and that's the kind of value I have today. And that's why I have a very social entrepreneurial mind to my thinking today. And you would have heard in the business that I'm running and the consultancy that I'm running is very much around giving back while still creating value for myself as an entrepreneur. And then the fifth thing that I got was adaptability. You need to have an ability to adapt to the environment that you're placed in if you're going to thrive and win as an individual in business, right? Be it a corporate business or be it your personal business, where you can be placed in a boardroom, and you need to be able to make the boardroom work and make things make sense in the boardroom. And if you work in a business that has investors, you've got to make things make sense for investors. If you have got beneficiaries and donors, you've got to make things make sense for those donors. And then again, if you are speaking to a customer base or a beneficiary base that is different to you, you've also got to be able to bring yourself into their shoes and into their environments and have an understanding of what it is that they're going through, what are their needs, and be able to have that conversation with them in order to understand how better to serve them. So you need to be able to make those two work and find balance, and therefore adaptability is one of the things that I took out from growing up under the Superman that was my father. The last thing was around clarity of vision, that your reason and your motivation as to why you do what you do needs to be so clear and so embedded within you that regardless of what happens outside of that which you can control, the reason you began and the vision that you have in your head and in your heart and in your mind remains so solid that you're able to wake up again, dust yourself off, and continue. And both in corporate and in entrepreneurial space, there will be pitfalls, there will be challenges, there will be hurdles. But if your vision is clear to you and you've made that vision clear to your team and everybody buys into that vision, then everything else becomes a lot easier, and you regain renewed motivation every single day. So these are the 6 things that I have seen from my dad and my mom. And these are the things that I have practiced throughout my life. Initially, these are not necessarily things that I did consciously. I think that the saying goes that you become what you're exposed to. And I may not have known that these are things that I did. But once my father passed and I was becoming more intentional about thinking about my own future and the legacy that I wanted to live after having reflected back on his, I became more intentional in doing these things and in showing up to make sure that those that I came into contact with would see these attributes of me and would experience these things of me and would have a pleasant and an inspirational interaction with me after each encounter. So, and I think that's what's allowed me to have the really great career growth that I've been able to have. And I have seen a definite acceleration once I was intentional about making sure that these things are things that I practiced within myself every single time. So I think being consistent in how I showed up and in the level of work that I produced allowed me to then be open up to other opportunities. And that's how I then went on to begin my own entrepreneurial journey. And it's a path that was inspired by who my father was to me, my siblings, as well as to our broader community. And so I've decided to use this very unique lens that I have of having been a child that is a product of a township entrepreneur to being working for large corporates that focused largely on the township sector, and then being in a position where I'm able to help grow businesses that work within the township space has been something that has been absolutely special for me to share, and is something that I'm hoping to grow. And I wanted to share with you today that my story is not unique. And I imagine that we've got people on the call who've got children who they toil for 7 days a week behind the counter, perhaps, or in their businesses in the township. And I'm here to give you encouragement to say that we value the sacrifices that you make, and we acknowledge it, and we are who we are today because of the businesses that you guys run in the township. So don't ever lose your tenacity. Don't ever lose your desire to continue to make great businesses work in an informal environment. Let's keep pushing forward. I do the work that I do with really amazing partners. There's other people that I've heard on the platform today that do really amazing work. I think it's Gabo Cars that do phenomenal work, and I think this is just me saying that this is how I've succeeded in my career, and I'm moving on to entrepreneurship, and I've been able to do all the things that I've done that were mentioned earlier by Cyrus because of the shoulders that I stood on, and those are the shoulders that you guys hold today for your children and your communities. So this is really a thank you to all of you as I honor my father. Thank you very much for the platform.
Thank you so much. Petty, you know, your stories have always got such resonance because they talk to the humanity that we all experience. And I think, you know, it's so heartwarming to hear how warmly you speak of your superhero dad and the inspiration that he's given you, as well as your mom. So we'll go into a question and answer period at the moment. And I think what I'll do is, and I always believe that it should be ladies first, I'll ask you the first question. Do you feel that the sense of how can I put it, confidence that you had entering into entrepreneurship was fostered by your upbringing? And if so, what could people who don't necessarily have that learn from your story?
That's a really great question, Cyrus, and I think it's a combination. So for me, it's a combination of what I saw at home, as well as what I saw once I got into the working world, right? So I did a lot of work with small businesses from the various roles that I've been able to be in, and I think I've seen how rewarding it can be to run your own business, how rewarding it can be if you have a vision to do something within your community or provide something within your community, and then be able to go out and do those things. So I think while I may have had a little bit more confidence than other people, but I think the success stories around my community outside of my parents, the success stories that, you know, we now have easy access to on social media could be the things that drive the confidence in young entrepreneurs or those that are thinking of taking this journey. And I think nothing ventured, nothing gained. You know, and there was a story that was mentioned earlier. I can't remember the speaker, and they said that they'd rather take a chance to get a no than not take the chance and it remains unknown. So I think if there's anybody out there and you believe in something so much, I said one of the things I took out of my father was clarity of vision. So if your vision is clear and it's aligned to who you believe you're supposed to be, then I think go ahead and use whatever platforms that are available to support you and make sure that your odds for success are a lot higher.
Oh, that's fantastic. What a great answer. I'm going to ask Jabu the next question. And this question came through from Ntabi Singh. Now, Ntabi Singh's question's a really interesting one because she says, hi, I'm on the survival stage and I'm trying different businesses in order to survive. What can I do to grow into those businesses?
Well, I think that's a very, very, well-considered question. And I would say, you know what, the first thing you got to do is to work on you. You need to figure out what is it that you're trying to solve, why you're trying to solve it, and what abilities that you need to acquire to be good at it, and then, apply yourself that way. I was in a survival mode for a very long time. From the time that I was growing up. For me, I grew up without my parents. I grew up with a grandfather and 7 cousins, with like typical story of abject poverty, where you have no food, no shoes, one pair. The typical story. And part of what happens is you try so many different things and you apply yourself on so many different domains, but what you don't realize is that you don't then get to learn the important lesson of achieving something, being good at it, and then reaping the rewards of being good at one thing. And one thing that I've learned is that once you become very good at something and it becomes valuable, it gets proven, then you have other people coming alongside you, wanting to be part of your story and wanting to then partner up with you. And I believe that I'm a firm believer in that I'd rather have a partner than have a donor. Not that I have anything against donations or anything like that, but I found that when you have full authority, autonomy, and you're very good at what you do, you have far more power at the table of negotiation. You can negotiate better terms for yourself and for your business in the boardroom, if you are in the boardroom, or even if you're in partnership. But when you're in survival mode, good here, good bad there, the thing is that doesn't, you're not able to put that together to make something amazing. So if you think about quickly, Cyrus, the one more that I shared the importance of the least amount of effort, the best methods, the shortest amount of time for the best results. That's not possible if you are spreading yourself over too many different domains. So I'd say then try and figure out which one is more priority, which one is the lowest hanging fruit in terms of your skills, in terms of what your own mindsets and even motivation. Start over there, be good at that, and then spread out from there.
Okay, that's a really, really fascinating answer, because I think it speaks to just the levels that we have to go through in order to survive. And I think that what's been critical for a lot of people in this space is we're all in sort of survival mode, and then trying to understand that survival can also lead to thriving if you're working towards things the right way. One other question though for you, Jabu, is when people are looking at their businesses and their ideas, how do they assess? I mean, this is going to be a really tough question to answer, but how do you assess what a good or bad idea is? Because, we all want to be a success. Are we looking at it perhaps at, okay, all of the money's rolling in if I do this, or is it that you're doing something that's about a passion? How do you assess whether or not your idea is one that you should follow up?
Well, Cyrus, I'd say, look, compatibility is very, very important. Compatibility of skill, compatibility of demand, compatibility of your own ability. It's great to do things for passion, but it's not always very possible to do things that you're passionate about when you are still surviving. And so the first thing that I did when I started my business, especially when I was in big trouble, when I had to start over at the age of 37, I had to look at, in terms of my skill, what is it out there that I'm more compatible and more suited for? Because I need to move out of survival into stability. And then when I'm in the stability mode, then I have far clearer vision and I can make more sensible decisions, as opposed to just making decisions out of emotion or out of extreme needs. So I don't have to contend with too many difficulties as I would when I'm in survival. So, compatibility of skill. If you don't have it, the product that you're doing, is there high demand for it? If there is competition, is there something that you can do differently to distinguish yourself from the rest? And if it's a matter of money, is there somewhere where you can go where somebody can help you to present your business better, and then maybe you get funding or you get even partnership? I mean, these are some of the questions that you got to ask. Go online. And I can say one of the things that, as far as especially starting out a business, you can have a very good, professionally looking business without having to spend a lot of money these days with so many platforms available online. Start over there. And I find that when you have a business that is well presented, no matter whether you are new or you've been doing the business for a very long time, the human mind is a human mind. We are always drawn to quality, to professionalism, to excellence. And that doesn't always necessarily need money. It just needs effort, and needs patience, and it needs a level of creativity.
I love that answer. And I like that there are always ways of doing things that are inexpensive that can make you competitive in a space where people might, necessarily say, okay, well, what stands this person out from something else? And I guess to your point, perhaps something like even a small website that you could build on your phone. Okay, perfect. Well, I want to ask Petty one last question, and then we'll probably close off the question and answer period. So thank you so much for that, Jabu. The question that I wanted to ask Petty, it almost speaks to her presentation from earlier, where we were talking about the township and the business opportunities within that space. And you talked about the confidence that needs to be built within the businesses that exist within the township because of the amount of money that's available within those spaces. Do you feel, Petty, that people within those spaces need to feel that same kind of confidence, that they can trust in the businesses that they are starting in those spaces, and that those businesses can be successful without having to leave the township? Because I think that's one of the other battles that people face, in the sense that they almost feel that, all right, I've made it here, I now need to move into town.
Yeah. So townships are very much like New York. You've heard the song, if you make it here, you can make it anywhere. But I think the reason I shared the numbers that I did was so that I can build that confidence, because we can't be said enough that there is so much money in circulation within the township economy. If we can get that money to work for the township residents a lot more and circulate a lot more before leaving that community, then we can grow thriving communities, and then we can start to see real impactful change and communities being uplifted. And really that's the work that we're trying to do, is how do we, and that's why the Stokvel scenario that we are trying to create is that, how do we empower people locally first before we move that money out, because there is a lot of money. And the figures that I shared were prior to the 350 grants that have been given. So if you add that into the scenario, there's a lot of money in circulation, and I think we should do better at getting that money better and keeping that money.
That's really fascinating, because in essence, this also talks to something that perhaps we won't necessarily get into now. It's quite a big debate, and that has to do with banking. And obviously, as you spoke about Stokvels, where does that money reside? Does it reside in cash? And if not in cash, in what ways are we transacting? So there's a lot of discussion that is to be had around that. But thank you so much, Petty. Thank you also to Jabu. We'll end the question and answer period there. But the presentations today have really been incredible. And I'm going to do a bit of a recap for you in terms of today's presentation. So if we think about how we listened to the introduction from Martha Deacon and George Senosha, Dr. George Senosha, it was about what they viewed as being something that could be a platform that brings the very best out of people, because there was a call to action from none other than Nelson Mandela himself that sparked a need for action from Martha. And from there, this type of scenario was then created. So listening to that was really an inspirational way to start the day. And then speaking to the likes of Nokwanda Mkhunu, who was one of the former winners in the symposium, having won the Dragon's Den Award. Her story was really fascinating because of where she comes from, where her business operates, and also the kinds of things that she's managed to do with the winnings that she received. So there is a lot to be gained from actually being part of the symposium. Zoe Mkabela was talking about the voluminous journey and how her own personal journey, her hair journey, led her to developing something that could be not just helpful to others, but a business opportunity in which people who had struggles with their hair were able to build on that and see exactly some benefits. Because when you find something that works for you, you can also find something that works for everybody else. Our partners were able to share with us some of what they're doing, and we'd like to thank them in Liberty and Rotary as well. And then we also heard from Adrian, who spoke to us about registering a business, and then later on talking to us also about the legal matters. And knowing that there are so many questions and a lot came through in those sessions that we need to try and tackle head on, because there are so many things that happen to our businesses and to us that we need to cover ourselves for, B, find a solution to. And perhaps in many cases, attorneys and the people in the legal profession are the ones who could actually get that to us. Ndumiso Nkonzo was able to talk to us about some of his strategies and approaches to success. And what's really fascinating about his presentation today was that he was able to give us stories that spoke to where he came from, what he's been doing. And it's really an important thing for people to see exactly where we're going. As I recap this, I also want to ask people to head to the polls section as well, as we just close it out. We have one more minute on there. We've got one question. What was the South African year-on-year e-commerce growth in 2020? You'll see there's 4 different questions to be answered there. What is the South African year-on-year e-commerce growth in 2020? Was it 50%, 34%, 66%, or 43%? Vote in there. We will be taking those votes in consideration. We will also be running some of these polls again tomorrow, so that we've got a lot more to keep in mind then. But the question is there in the poll section, so please make sure that you've got something in there as well. You want to have your vote count in that space. So as I continue, I'll recap. Petty's first presentation spoke specifically to the FMCG opportunities in the townships, and we also spoke to that in the question and answer period now, in terms of what opportunities exist within the spaces that we live in. How, even though it might be seen as a bit of a hustle, that hustle is a business, and that business can grow to become something even bigger than what you'd expected, with the right level of commitment, dedication, and in some cases luck. Listen to Dr. Boshomane talk about how he was able to then invest in people around him and also give a lot of his love for the automotive industry to other people. It showed that there's so much to be gained from investing in the township itself. This is what Building Better Business is all about. It's what the Township Project is all about. And then finally, Jabu's presentation on high performance in hard times really spoke to how we can try and be our very best as we struggle, but even though we are struggling, we are also very close to thriving. There's so much that we gained throughout today. So please make sure you keep interacting with us. I will say that as we close out the day, we will have a prize giving again tomorrow, and that's where you will have all of the things that you've been speaking to and we've been speaking to. So all of our poll questions will be so rather the winners of the polls will be announced in the morning tomorrow. So please make sure that you're ready, available from the start at 8:30, where we will be talking about our winners. And to give you the answers for the poll questions, I know that we said you had a minute to go and give your votes in the polls. Well, here's the answers for the various ones. So the first question that we didn't get to earlier was, what is the current informal sector's contribution to employment in South Africa? And the answer to that was 17%. And then the answer to this most recent question was, what was the South African year-on-year e-commerce growth in 2020? And the answer to that is 66%. So we've got our answers for those. That was 66% for the last question and 17% for the previous one. I'd like to thank you all for having been here throughout the day. It's been an absolute joy being with you for day one of this Building Better Business Symposium, or BBB Symposium, brought to you by the Townships Project. We will be starting our sessions again tomorrow morning at 8:30 sharp. So that'll be 8:30 sharp, 0830 8:30 tomorrow morning. And we will go through some really, really great presentations. I'll also be presenting tomorrow as well. But take care, make sure you've got you've had every opportunity to interact with us, and we will see you again tomorrow morning. Thank you.